Ok. Bueno, arrancamos con la...
So, good morning. We're gonna kick off February the 28th. I hope you're all doing well, that you are still in one piece and that you are enjoying the MWC. Today we are kicking off a day very much focused on the industry. Today is the first of 4 presentations on industry. We'll speak about industrial resilience. Then we'll have a session on sustainability and digital transition in water and energy. Another very interesting session on how to implement 5G in 4.0 industries. And then we'll see use cases related to operative centers, artificial intelligence combined with 5G. So this is going to be a very interesting and industry-oriented day. One of the 3 demos here at the mobile is precisely focused on the connected industry, on the flexible industry, and we'll be wondering why Telefonica is putting this sector at the center. We want to be the main partner both for the IT world as for the OT world, which is more and more converging. We have always had our own cores. Our core is connectivity, platforms, cybersecurity, big data, and to that we have added specific capabilities from third-party partners that offer specific solutions to specific problems, and we have also acquired industrial companies that speak the industrial language, like DPROM. They are supporting us in our understanding of the problem through a consultative process. We are betting for them here in Telefonica because, of course, our capabilities mean that we have an amazing opportunity, and yet we hold a responsibility of becoming a more sustainable, more competitive, and more resilient industry. And this is precisely the topic for today, resilience, from a basic perspective. So the first thing we need to know, in order to have a connected industry, we need good networks, connectivity. And up to date, the industry has been highly vulnerable. We've been at the center of the spot of cyber attacks. Here in Spain, for example, the manufacturing sector, we are number 4 in terms of cyber attacks. So this first step, connectivity, cannot be understood unless we bring about cybersecurity. So in Telefonica, we have an end-to-end proposition. The first thing we need to understand is that we need to rethink and have a better understanding about our customers' assets, and from there on, we put our capabilities at work for the implementation, the design of the necessary measures, and a monitoring system that allows us to understand the state of the network, the risks they are confronted with. And for highly mature companies, we want to ensure a lifelong learning and improvement process. When thinking about this presentation, I thought, what am I going to tell them? What does it mean to use this concept, right? So I'm going to focus now on the idea of resilience, which is almost always related to overcoming situations of crisis, being capable of overcoming conflict. Nonetheless, when I looked for the definition of resilience, I found another interesting definition, which is learning to overcome successful situations, because we also need to learn from success. And this is why we have invited 4 amazing speakers who will be speaking about success stories in order to better understand what can we do in this environment and how we are implementing such actions. I would like to welcome María Luisa Redondo Velázquez, who is our Global Information Security Director in Horse, please. Welcome. I think you're going to be sitting down here. Go here. Oh, here. Okay, thank you. Next, Sergio Basconcillos, Process Engineer Director at Basket Vault. Welcome. Then we have José Antonio Cascallana, Industrial Cybersecurity Product Manager at Telefónica Tech, and Alberto Muñoz, Industrial Connectivity Product Manager in Telefónica Empresas. Welcome and thanks for being here. How are you doing? We're good. Are you very tired? Well, kicking off the day, a new beginning. Now, I'm going to be asking you questions about the context and how you are operating around this context. I'm going to start with you, Alberto. You have a deep knowledge on OT connectivity. So how are industrial networks doing and how did we get here? Where do we stand? Well, in fact, in order to better understand where we stand and how we got here, it's very important to better understand industrial plants, especially in this country. Historically, IT and OT were isolated, split in silos. Professionals from the IT segment were mainly concerned about confidentiality, data, and they would, of course, use groundbreaking technologies, and all their environment was perfectly controlled and updated. In fact, in IT environments, the lifespan of devices is around 5 years, whereas in OT, it's a little bit different, right? Their main concern is the availability or the quality of productive operations, and this means that operations departments define the processes they are going to follow. They purchase the machinery, the devices from their traditional suppliers and connect it to the internet with inputs and outputs and the device upflow or downflow. So in terms of investment, it's a quite significant investment, and the life cycles are around 20 to 25 years. Of course, half of their useful life equipments are old-fashioned, not updated, and they might have a direct connection with the outside. And this is the starting point. And now, for many years, we have started implementing a SCADA system, that adds information from different automation cells into one single system in which we can control operations. And the problem is actually growing. We have different machines, production line, different machines and devices connected to one system. So there are different technologies, partners, years of manufacturing coexisting, and then there's direct connection outside in one same network. This might end up being dangerous. There might be a mistake and posing a problem in the production line. And the main problem comes in the following point: when we start implementing MESC systems. MESC systems input information from the devices supporting the process, and the system contextualizes the information, models data, so that it can be consumed by managers, etc. But all this in order to take a real-time decision. This is the purpose of the conception. The problem is that all the plant is connected now, and an attack or a lack of availability shuts down the plant. There are no bypasses, there are no manual processes. All the plant is brought to a stop, and it has a specificity, which is that all the systems need to connect in a very limited time span with the critical IT points to download requests, to send back production outcomes, etc. And here's when all the alarms ring, because professionals from the IT sector whom had controlled the world up to date, now they are engaging with an unreliable environment. And here is a challenge on which we have been working for quite a long time, which is the IT-OT conversion, how to bond these two different worlds. So in Telefonica, our take is that the best way around it is to have multidisciplinary teams in which IT and OT professionals share information so that they're all aligned, and this is more or less the way around it. It sounds easy, but in real life it's very complicated. In fact, many companies are still trying to overcome this challenge. Now, looking back, when MESC systems started being implemented, the International Organization of Automation, grounded on a groundbreaking architecture, Purdue, the one here in the slide, defined a regulation, IC 95, a very famous one, which basically splits network architecture in different levels, where the different control systems are going to be located according to their functionality. And if you, this is of course related to the FC NEST ASA 99. This is quite aligned with this regulation because it defines a smaller perimeter network segments which enable us to somehow locate the problem when an attack happens beyond the network segmentation. ASA 95 comes with a very interesting element, which is the information communication flow between systems, which basically says that communication has to be hierarchic. This means that in order to go from level 1 to level 3, you need to go through level 2 before, and this is extremely important because plans end up becoming so large that we need control and security. Yeah, we need to have a certain hierarchy, a certain order, up to date. The steps from one point to another were not standardized, whereas today they are. Absolutely. And this, it's very difficult to interact between departments, and this somehow put some light into the equation. Sergio, how are you doing? So when I informed the audience that basketball was attending the session, many people ask me, is this related to basketball, or how does this work? So what I would like is for you to present your company. It has nothing to do with power gasol, right? No, absolutely not. So we manufacture lithium cells. We are a new company leading the manufacturing of new generation lithium cells in Europe. We are focused on lithium cells oriented to different industrial segments, different markets, mainly the automotive industry. Now, if we compare our market with other markets, we contribute to a cost reduction of around 30%, an increase in the amount of energy we can store, and an important increase in the safety of batteries in the automotive sector. Wow, quite interesting. For sure there will be links with horse. So what are your main challenges? You are a new company, and of course you've had to start everything from scratch. So when it comes to connectivity, to OT connectivity, what is the main challenge you've had to face, and why Telefonica? Why did you decide to partner with Telefonica? So to better understand the challenge we face, we need to understand our sector. We are a highly automated industry with very high manufacturing volumes, and of course it requires large amounts of data to control all the different processes in which we engage. And technologically speaking, these processes are quite complex. We need an OT network bonding all these processes, which will be the way to gather information to obtain the necessary quality level, which is very high as the automotive standards are. So the main challenges we were confronted with were scalability. We are a small company, yet we want to have an OT network which is comparable to the one we will need when we grow. And then we need an OT network which is reliable to manage and control data and processes. And then we also wanted an OT network capable of connecting different processes, hits, and gathering different sources of information in order to process them and use them. We are experts in lithium cells. We know the OT and the IT segment, but of course we needed a partner who would help us implement the OT network, who would help us grow, designing the network, implementing it, and improving it when necessary. And this is how we found Telefonica. So the scalability issue had to be redimensioned, right? Jose Antonio, is Jose Antonio in the room? So as we said before, one of our core capacities is cybersecurity. So what is the proposal from your side? Yeah, we have spotted different needs in the industrial segment. We are cybersecurity, IT, and OT leaders. We have spotted a great opportunity in the OT market. So our value proposition, we want to introduce a shock for industry, critical infrastructures, and defense facilities. So a very powerful project. Let me tell you a little bit more. We have this cyber defense matrix here in the screen, based in the NIST framework with the 5 pillars: identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover in case there is an incident. And in the screen you can see the different items on which we focus: devices, networks, apps, data, and users. At the end of the day, users are the cornerstone of any cybersecurity process. And we have other top items, we have partnered with world leaders, and we also try to add value into their own capabilities. So within the different verticals, we started an industrial cybersecurity assessment, network segregation, as our colleague was saying, access control, which is critical, ensuring that only those cleared to access IT networks actually do access them. Even more important in the case of OT networks, because an unauthorized access is an important damage for any company. OT protects people and IT protects data. So a cyber attack against a key infrastructure might turn into a water cat, for example, if the cyber attack affects a water potabilization plant. In the US, there was an attack against the gas and oil distribution pipe, and it took them a week to get back on track. The president had to declare the state of emergency. So it's quite serious. OT safety has an impact on the real world, much more than IT, which is more reputational. I mean, it has to do more with reputational risks. Now, early alert and fraud alerts, Aristeo, monitoring service, we're quite strong there. Post-incident recovery and integration of operation teams. A recovery in the IT world is oftentimes recovering backups that had been updated 4 or 5 years ago, whereas in an industrial plant, in a critical infrastructure, the operation area has to help the customer get the process back on track immediately. Perhaps it's difficult to read the framework, but it's very important, right? Because we speak widely about artificial intelligence. In this case, human intelligence is very important. In the two first columns, we can see the situation before the incident. Technology is very important. We leverage very much on technology. But as we detect the problem, human intelligence has to be put at the center, and our team of analysts are very good. So there is no such thing as an artificial intelligence that will replace them, be it generative or non-generative. And this is the path we're going down. We are in the smart factory presenting our Aristeo solution. Yesterday, a government entity or a government representative visited us, and we presented all our services. When we presented Aristeo, this person was surprised. Actually, we invite you to visit Aristeo throughout the day if you are interested, and he told me that the Spanish government is looking for dual technology. That is cybersecurity technology that can be used in the military segment, but also at the civil level. Here we have a customer from the civil world, let's say, horse. So we have a critical mission. They ask me, how do you contribute to defense? Well, these are HMIs, scale systems. Let's say, for example, can we use it in a submarine? And I said, absolutely. So now he wants to meet me. Oh, wow, amazing, interesting. Now, many different challenges, ahead, a lot of innovation. Maria, Luisa, I'm going to ask you to introduce horse, because I recently asked on whether someone knows this company, Horse. Probably today we'll be discovering that we all have a horse in our life, right? It might be the case, yeah? So Horse is a new company, a powerful one. We focus on the development and innovation of mobility products and services in order to contribute to changing patterns in the energy consumption patterns. In Europe, there is a certain boom in the area of electric engines. We look for alternatives to that so that we can all have access to such solutions, because not all countries are the same. They do not all have the same technologies. And then there's another challenge, which is decarbonization. So the company I represent, contributes to democratizing these technologies from different parts of the world, ensuring that they are sustainable and at the same time that they are respectful of the environment. The company, at the end of the day, has around 9,000 employees. We are scattered around the world in 8 different centers, in different countries. We have different research and development centers. And at the end of the day, we work in manufacturing low emissions engines with hybrid and combustion technology. And in some cases, we also use hydrogen. So all in all, Horse aims at precisely what I was mentioning before. We want to ensure that our solutions are sustainable, accessible, and respectful of the environment. Before I said that probably more than one of us have a horse in our life. You know that you build for Renault, for example. So in our case, there's a horse in my life. This is an alternative. They are compatible until the moment Sergio has implemented the development and the scale manufacturing for EVs. Horse is offering us sustainable alternatives that can coexist. amazing. So beyond what you have already told us about horse, you represent a very innovative company, a company that falls in love with projects in the field of innovation. Before Jose Antonio told us about these technologies that act as a barrier for cyber criminals. So what has been more striking in the process? Well, this tool is implemented in the Valladolid facilities. We are a global company with facilities in different countries, but we have centralized our operations in Valladolid because we are one of the pioneer plants in the field of digitalization. Now, when it comes to innovation and data driving, we are one of the most advanced plants, and we are working in collaboration with the rest. This is why we have decided to implement the project in this specific facility, but more will be included in the near future. We work in the field of innovation. We like new cybersecurity technologies. Aristeo is a quite powerful technology that goes beyond the traditional patterns in our sector, because as you said before, we are quite groundbreaking, and this is what actually motivated us to acquire this technology, to implement it in one of the most advanced plants of ours and use it to gain visibility, to be pioneers in the use of this technology, especially in our environment, in our facilities, and to somehow being or enabling permanent learning. And additionally, we believe it to be a tool that allows us to contribute to a change of mindset. We do not focus so much on behavior analysis, but rather on barriers. And this perhaps a bit the difference. Absolutely. You haven't suffered massive attacks in the past, but hey, why changing what is working well, right? Very interesting how to anticipate to future situations. IT, OT, and the paradigm we're confronted with. So what is the situation in industrial communications, and what is the evolution? So let me go back to the image before the hierarchic architecture with sensors, with no IP, with a MAC, not very intelligent, not very smart, and quite vulnerable. Now, more and more we are seeing the growth of field IoT, layer 4, with processing conceived to communicate in a non-hierarchic way, that is capturing level 0 or level 1 data and uploading all the way up to the cloud or to level 3. So this breaks with the conversions from the past. So imagine how challenging it is for cybersecurity teams. The surface exposed is massive because some devices connect without any control to the internet, and this is why industrial IoT platforms are becoming more and more, let's say, interesting. At the same time, this is a little bit the reason why they have been conceived. So from Telefonica, we consider that today we need to go towards a hybrid model that combines standardized infrastructures like Purdue for control systems. At the same time, we need to start working in IoT infrastructures, perhaps more oriented to data consumption and use cases like artificial intelligence, predictive maintenance, etc. So this is the idea behind the project. Of course, the discussion is open. Even the ISA is thinking about an update and considering whether the regulation is obsolete. In the years to come, the idea would be to keep these two architectures alive. No limits. Yeah, if the portal cannot be updated, we'll have to launch new regulations into the market. Amazing things. Now, with the network evolutions, what is your take on it? What is the... I mean, how are things evolving? Where is your network evolving towards? What are your next steps going to be, and how is this going to help you optimize processes? Absolutely. In our case, we consider that the OT network has three critical areas. One, security. We have our in-house technology, and we need to protect such technology, both in terms of process and in terms of data. This is extremely important for us. On the other hand, we are speaking about a complex process, and as all complex processes, we will need data to better understand what's happening in the process. And the OT network has to be able to gather all these processes, connect all these points to the OT world. We are in need of more and more data, and processes are becoming more and more complex. So this massive amount of data requires of a connection with the cloud world and the IT world. So all the data has to be uploaded to the cloud and managed directly in cloud. Now, our company, but not only our company, generally speaking, OT networks need to be scalable and flexible. Scalable because companies are not static anymore. There are changes in processes, in product, and we need to be capable of growing. OT networks shall not be a problem. And of course, everything has to be flexible. Even if we don't grow, we need to move on. We need to grow, and we need to update our operations, both in terms of process and product. We need to be able to adapt to changing needs in order to grow and to ensure an update. So the coexistence between regulation, flexibility, and mass data processing is becoming relevant, right? Absolutely. Jose Antonio, before you presented Aristeo, we know that Aristeo is the result of a highly innovative environment. Tell us a little bit more about this initiative, and also how an innovative idea becomes a product which is handy and useful for our customers. Well, it's been a very nice journey. A year ago, I was in this very same forum speaking about Telefonica Tech innovation. Aristeo was already quite advanced. It was more than an MVP. We had some success stories, but we hadn't reached our first customers, and my presentation concluded there with a conversion funnel. And the thing is that we have spotted a market need in our lab in León, and this market need was validated. We joined with the strategic partners, the Ciudad Foundation from Castilla y León, so we validated everything down there. We reached collaboration agreements, and with very little resources and quite a lot of goodwill, as well as with a great deal of human intelligence, we've managed to develop this solution. So it could be considered a success story. Idea, validation, pivoting, all the processes that books tell us about have been, let's say, completed. And the funnel that we presented last year is an interesting one. Innovation has to be market oriented. It's pointless to develop a technology for 3 years if the market doesn't need it, or doesn't adopt it, or if you are late. So we got there right on time. We have no competitors in our field, and the last 2 days we have been presenting our technology to institutional customers, and they've loved it. So what is Aristeo? Aristeo is a cyber intelligence platform for critical infrastructures and for the defense world, right? This is a new validation that we adopted yesterday with the entity from the Spanish government who is requesting dual technology. So again, technology is ahead our competitors. We deploy critical processes. I can give you some real examples here. We are the white hat, we are the hackers, let's say, and we expose the productive process to the internet as if the internet belonged to the customer. In this case, this use case is a oil refinery. So cyber criminals think that they are attacking a real refinery, but in fact they are attacking us, our facilities, and we can position the plant anywhere in the world, in Italy, in Poland, through different VPS systems. So this is quite powerful because this allows us to somehow kidnap cyber attacks. So beyond information and intelligence on cyber crime, we gather information on geostrategy, which in today's world marked by conflict is quite important, especially for customers from the north of Europe who are coming to us to see how we can help them and how some conflicts are having an impact on their interests. In the matrix, in the cyber defense matrix before, we saw, and this is not by chance, it had to be at the center. We had Aristeo at the center. Actually, in the mission critical shock, we want Aristeo to be the central part, the key part. As Telefónica and Telefónica Tech, we were the ones who would add capabilities or who would, let's say, put another value to third parties' solutions, whereas today the partners visit us and they want to integrate it with us, because at the end of the day, Aristeo is not limited to this machine. Aristeo is a cybersecurity super powerful software that can be fed with any service. And one of the critical differences is that these features are not limited to the company, and this is key, right? When one spots a cyber attack in a company, it means that the hackers are already in. So it's too late. This is why we say we are predictive. And yeah, we are spotting attacks on average 10 days before similar systems. We don't like saying that we compete, we say that we co-compete. In other words, we integrate in our already developed intelligence with 2 patents. So we want this intelligence to be fed with different market solutions, so that Telefónica can become market leaders in industrial cybersecurity, critical infrastructures, and defense. Absolutely. Here's our website. You can scan the QR code and you can see some explanations about how things work and so on and so forth. Very interesting indeed. It's very interesting because this gives us the capacity to integrate other partners, which is probably one of the main differences we've seen when it comes to choosing Aristeo in your case, right? So how are things evolving? How is the technology evolving in your company? So in our company, safety is considered an investment, not an overhead. This is one of the reasons why we invested in Aristeo. We believe it to be a very interesting technology because Telefónica at the global level has a very important weight as a company. So the specific solution offers capabilities that some other tools don't offer. As I said before, you can depend on assessments, but you can additionally count on lures that allow you to capture the actions performed by attackers and obtaining intelligence that allows you to anticipate even 10 days ahead. This is incredible. This is an eternity. So of course, anticipation and besides that, we are a very innovative company, innovation oriented. We like trying new things and being up to date in the field of cybersecurity. Again, we are a data oriented company, which, well, data gives us the possibility of taking real-time decisions and understanding what has to be done. So data is key, and of course the engine, for you to better understand, produces around 3 gigas of information in the factory or in the facilities where we have implemented this technology. We manufacture around 5,000 engines every day, so data matters and cybersecurity matters too. So we believe that Aristeo has very strong capabilities, and also we consider that it offers us an additional capability, which is learning and going down a permanent learning process. Because of course we are in a very changing environment, and challenges and threats are more and more complex. So these tools are very useful. They are very much up to date regarding the threats against our sector. Wow, and there's you, of course, because we know that you want your partners to be always up to date and to come up with design thinking formulas, etc. So thank you very much for allowing us to contribute, humbly contribute. I believe we are almost done, yet I think we have a couple of minutes left, so I would like to use them to ask you what would be your advice for an industrial company engaged in a digitalization pathway. Would you give them any advice? Well, from my perspective, what matters is knowing what you want to obtain, right? Think about data protection capabilities, etc. And from there on, finding the best solutions out there in the market, testing, comparing solutions, understanding what support gives you, and what are going to be the costs, the implementation and maintenance costs. And as I said before, it's all about investment against cost. So everything depends on what the tool will offer you compared to the cost of solving a potential cyber attack. So of course a cost analysis has to be done, and an impact analysis has also to be performed about the challenges, how can they impact you, and understanding if it's worth investing in these solutions or not. It's all about a benchmark analysis. Again, an impact analysis that allows us to implement the best possible solution out there in the market, ones that can really comply with your objectives. Anyone else would like to give any piece of advice? Well, as my colleague said, the strategy that the company wants to follow is very important, both in terms of cybersecurity and in terms of data. Because data stem from the process, and they end in an IT network through machine learning, predictive processes, etc. So it's very important to understand where we want to orient the analysis. This will be key. And then, of course, having a partner, having an ally who knows about OT, but also IT and cybersecurity, which are becoming more and more a little bit more of the same. Anyone else before we close, Alberto? So, from my perspective, adopting technologies, there are many technologies out there in the market. We are already speaking about the 5.0 industry. So each company has a different reality. If your company is in the 3.0, focus on it. Include this industry in your processes, etc. So if the tool is not used, it's going to be difficult to justify the investment, and it's going to be left unused. So little by little, they have to be internalized last. Our customers need to be proactive, not reactive. Don't wait until a cyber attack knocks on your door to call us. So anticipate. Anticipation is very important. The cost of responding to a cyber attack is much higher than preventing it. Resilience, successful resilience and anticipation, amazing. To conclude, I would like to warmly thank you for your participation. When you see things in use cases that are anticipating, everything becomes much more easy to understand. I would like to invite you also to our Smart Factory demo, which covers all the processes and capabilities that we can implement throughout the productive process. And let me invite you also to our booth. I have a card that I can share with you. We can discuss about the future, the digital transformation of industries, and you will all be most welcome. Thank you.
Bueno, ¿se oye? ¿Se oye?
Hello, hello, and good morning. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being in Telefónica's Agra at the MWC. I would like to warmly thank those of you following us on streaming. We are very happy to be here to present something which will be important for Movistar and for esports and gaming. Let me introduce my colleagues, Fernando Piquer, the former CEO of Telefónica Raya and the chief of the new alliance with KOI. How are you doing? Great, thank you. And then there's another important thing to underline.
Also known as Lola Lolita in the industry, in the eSport industry. He is the CEO of Overactive Media, a media company based in Canada, and one of our partners that is going to make Movistar KOI really big, and we have great plans for it, so he will talk about that. Luis Reset, Director Deportivo.
Sports director of Movistar KOI, Movistar Riders. Luis, how are you doing? I'm great, thank you. How are you? So, welcome. And again, a very important announcement yesterday in the field of esports. But before, let's screen a video for you to better understand what esports mean here in Telefónica.
Bueno, impresionante, ¿no?
Quite impressive, isn't it? I think it deserves a clap. In December, we announced a massive alliance. We're going to be speaking about it later. And we wanted to speak about Movistar and the industry, which started in 2017. We have been working in esports for many years now. This is the first picture when Movistar created this gaming team. And again, this is a clear bet for the industry, for the sector, the first live channel. eStar, the Sports Center. We believe this to be a very important step. And the other day when we announced Movistar KOI, Fernando used to say, when Movistar joined the esports world, there was quite a lot of skepticism in the segment. But last December, when we announced Movistar KOI, it was the other way around. People were thrilled. People were playing with us, with the brand. And this is precisely what we wanted to achieve, to send a clear message about why Movistar is in the sector. If there is any territory beyond entertainment where we believe Movistar has to be, is in the esports. Our value proposition, connectivity, entertainment, and even more importantly, supporting the gamers community, the Spanish gamers community is very important. Since 2017, a lot has happened. What you can see here is the esports ecosystem that we host today in Telefónica with clubs. There's Movistar KOI, as we said before. Before we were with Movistar Riders, we have also sponsored Team Heretics. We are also with the Atlético de Madrid. We sponsored the Spanish esports selection. We feel proud about it. We have a media ecosystem. We have teams in Latin America, more than 7 teams in the esports environment or ecosystem, which proves that the ecosystem is relevant for the company. And we are proud of having centers. Fernando will tell us a little bit more about the Movistar Esports Center. And Fernando and the team of riders have contributed enormously to the segment. I would like to hand it over to Fernando Piqué, Movistar Riders CEO and the responsible of global strategy, for his opening remarks about the evolution and the challenges ahead. Fernando, how are you doing? Great, thank you. Yeah, it's been 7 years and a lot has happened in 7 years, especially in the esports segment, where every year counts for 4 or 5. It is also true that when we started this journey, we dreamt of an esports club relevant enough in order to have an impact in the community at large. And Movistar's support was key, as you said before, the center of the experience has a lot to do with connectivity, not only because there are online games, but also because the improvement of infrastructures and the improvement in connectivity has allowed the appearance of platforms like Twitch, which are the ones that allow you to follow a competition online at a quality which was unthinkable a few years ago. So 7 years ago, we launched this joint venture with you, and we have tried and build this territory and make it much more professional. And of course, brands like yours have contributed widely, and they have contributed to changing this territory. In the past, it used to be an organic phenomena of people following competitions, and today it's become an industry. Thanks to your support, we have made the sector much more professional. We have made very powerful teams, and well, in esports, players are athletes. They need to be taken care of, and we need to put at their disposal staff around them to ensure the maximum possible, let's say, performance, coaches, psychologists, etc. So thanks to your support and to your commitment, it's been made possible. We have obtained national and international success. We have won important leagues, the League of Legends, which is perhaps the most important esports league. We've been top 5 globally in Counter-Strike, which is probably the second most important league. So again, I believe we have been working hard to gain legitimacy in the field. And well, in this context, I believe we have managed. I believe you wanted to share a short clip to prove how Riders has evolved. Yeah, 7 years after we kicked off, well, Adam and I, we met a while ago, like, what, 1 year ago? I'm sorry to speak Spanish. I don't really speak very good English. So again, then on the way, we found the core team led by Ibai, and I believe we all dreamt of the same, which was having a large enough and a relevant enough project and make it evolve. And the clip summarizes the path and the ambition that we all have. So for those who don't know, because the last month have been quite vertiginous,
Estamos pensando en Movistar.
we were thinking about overacting media. And again, we've built a large project, a very global project. Let's screen the video. You know me.
La ilusión de ser un gran equipo de esports. Rodéate de gente con mucho corazón. Rodéate de locos. Y pásalo muy bien. Y por encima de todo, haz que otros se lo pasen muy bien. Ganar no es fácil, amigo. ¿Perder? Tú ya sabes que perder no es nada fácil. Y cuando las cosas salgan mal, si amas lo que haces, hazlo mejor. Aprende de los que lo hicieron antes que tú. Y únete a ellos. No era nada fácil jugar en las grandes ligas. pero ellos lo hicieron y ganaron. Hay más de 30 millones de jugadores de FIFA. Solo 2 se convirtieron ese año en campeones del mundo. Nunca en la historia un equipo español se había clasificado para un Major. La pasión siempre gana la historia. Ya nos conocéis, somos testarudos. Únete a gente que una a más gente. Vamos a divertirnos a lo grande.
Pues...
So you've seen the merger of 3 companies. What Movistar Koi is today.
Explain this and should explain why we have become Movistar Riders, Movistar Koi this year. We met each other a year and a half ago, maybe, and Adam and his company had a vision to be global, to be in the most important leagues, to be on the most important competition, and to have a huge audience in the market. So we joined his vision, we worked together, and this year happened several things to be Movistar Koi. I would like you to explain the operation, what is your feedback about this, and what is
Sure.
for Active Media.
Okay, and thank you for inviting me here. Let me just say that I have a great deal of appreciation for Telefonica. None of this would be possible without their support. They were involved at the very beginning, and I think you mentioned that. And they've been very supportive all the way through. So much love, and thank you very much to Telefonica and to Movistar for their support for many years now going back. I don't think there's a bigger brand in esports and gaming than Telefonica, and it is an honor to be representing them. And I think we share the vision for what we believe we can do with gaming and esports, and that is to reach today's generation of fans in the most authentic way possible, not with intrusive ads, but by supporting the things that they love and the streamers that they love and the players that they love and the games that they love, and making it possible for them to be more actively involved with them. So that's what we do. We are an esports and entertainment company, a global company for today's generation of fans. And with these combinations now, we have an audience between the 3 companies that have combined of over 130 million followers across our social media and our viewership and our audience. As a size, we're starting to encroach and become as big as some of the big platforms out there, and that's what we want to do. We want to be the platform for today's generation of fans. And what I mean by that, today's generation, is mostly younger people, I would say, but the 3 of us are a little older, and I think there's a reason for that, okay? The Sony PlayStation came out about 30 years ago, and I was in my early 20s, the same age as many of our fans are today that are watching us. And when you fall in love with the games or whatever it is that you're following in your 20s, whether it's music, whether it's video games, whether it's art, you carry that with you for the rest of your life. And we believe that we are reaching today's generation of fans, and we are becoming a part of their life for the rest of their life. And that is a journey that we're looking forward to go on together. So thank you to everybody, and we're looking forward to the future with you.
Okay.
Bueno, como dice Adam,
Indeed, like Adam says, I would like to echo one of Adam's remarks. We are building the entertainment sector of the fans generation of today. And there's something that Adam says which is relevant. Your leisure habits are oftentimes set up when you are young, when you are a teenager, and when something hooks you, if you like something when you're young, it stays with you for the rest of your life. I believe we are contributing to developing the next generation of entertainment, which is going to be mainstream. in the ecosystem. Adam was speaking about 140 million followers. We have around 140 million followers in this combined ecosystem. In the final of the league, we had around 900,000 viewers simultaneously and around 4 or 5 million. Yeah, it's quite incredible. It's more than the average audience. Yeah, many TV shows do not have such audiences, just for you to understand the magnitude. So again, this is what gives us a certain vision.
We are aligned with that, and we are struggling and aim to be one of the most important companies on entertainment now and in the future.
Vamos.
Parte de Luis, ¿no? Que también.
Yeah, and Luis Reset. I would like to focus on how Riders has been working and the spirit that they are using. I believe that the main success in Movistar Riders and the team behind has to do with approach, taking things seriously, etc. We share these values, and this is not just a fashion, but something that has to do with supporting an industry. Luis, tell us a little bit more about it. What do you think about it? And yeah, well, basically, we could set up amongst one of the best infrastructures in Spain and in Europe, replicating traditional sports, and thanks to this new project, we also want to be reference in the sector, not only because of our sports performance, but also because the way we do things. Wow, yeah, and going to a more global scale, right? This is quite incredible. Yeah, well, it has given us time to learning from errors from the past. It also gave us the possibility of experiencing incredible success, like Fernando mentioned before, and in the last months it seemed to be vertiginous, but the success we have achieved in the past has been incredible, and we have also been able to be the single Spanish team to be classified for one of the most important tournaments in the world, the Counter-Strike, and we've made it again. And again, in League of Legends, other parties like McLions have had certain success at a global level in the League of Legends, and in the first season together we've managed to ensure that 4 Spanish players managed to get to a European final. It had never been the case before, and beyond beating all audience records, I believe we managed to experience much more. Yeah, we like diversity, and we like to ensure that the Spanish industry is robust. Yeah, I believe this is one of the brands in Movistar Riders, promoting and enhancing Spanish talent, national talent. We managed to do so, and well, we keep working down this line. We are not afraid of doing what we do. We want to bet for young talent. For us, it's amazing. So now, this is a more European project, entrepreneurial project. What are the next challenges ahead? Are we going to be consolidating in Europe? How do you say things? One of the main assets, or one of the main, let's say, partners in the project is Ibai Llanos. I'm sure you all know him. He is #1 in esports and with the streaming content in general in the Spanish-speaking countries. So we are confronted to a very large audience, and of course we need to give them reasons for them to support us and to be fans of Movistar Koi, and for them to be, let's say, close to the project from an entrepreneurial perspective. we have a challenge, which is making sure this becomes bigger. The first thing would be to become well known, overactive media and their teams, and this has to be, let's say, attached to Call of Duty, Defiant, and Overwatch. Even if here one would say that there's a focus on the Spanish market, overactive media has been working a lot, especially with English-speaking countries. Adam?
More about the Latin American market, very interesting. There's a lot of people asking you directly, are you coming here with Movistar Co,
Yes.
etc. So, and one of the great things why Movistar is really into this project is because when we met, I mean, we share values, right, about where to go with the industry. So 2 questions for you. What can we expect? How do you value the Spanish market for the sports industry, and how do you value having a telco like Movistar inside the partnership?
Actually, just before I go there, let me tell you a quick anecdote. When our first game that we streamed as Movistar Koi for League of Legends, when the 3 companies came together on Evai's stream, we had over 5 million viewers over the course on his stream. And the season finale of Succession, you know, the television series, they had 2.97 million on their season finale, okay? So that's just the magnitude of how big what we're providing is. Yeah. And when we take a look at that audience that is tuning in, about half of it is in Europe, and about half of it is in Latin America, and also U.S.-speaking Spanish market. So there's a very, very big interest and a very big audience for us in those Hispanic, Spanish-speaking markets in Latin America and in North America. And we've already started to have some conversations with our partners in the various areas about how we can best take advantage of that. I think Spanish-speaking Latin America is an obvious market for us. I think we have the language, we have the fan base, we have the teams, and we have the fans, and we have the influencers, and that's certainly something that we're looking forward to in the future.
Having a telco, how do you envisage having a telco as Movistar inside the esports?
Well, look, it's a perfect partnership, because gaming and esports is impossible without communications, without internet, without a company like Telefonica around, and you're in many of the markets that we want to be in. And so usually when we're talking about opportunities, it almost always goes to, let's talk to Telefonica. And then Telefonica sets us up with the local people, and then we start having those conversations. It is much easier to enter a market when you're a smaller company like us, when you have a big partner like Telefonica to make those key introductions in those markets that you want to grow into.
Great. So let's go now to what we can expect from the teams in the future, Luis. Hay una palabra que se ha repetido mucho.
There is a concept that has been repeated many times by Fernando and Ibai: illusion. So what can we expect? What shall we start dreaming about for the next season? Well, we need to aim high. We have some well-positioned teams, and this project places us at the top level, at the global level. There are very few organizations with so many gaming titles. What I mean by that is, in the disciplines where we compete and we are at the top level, from now on, it's all about working well and giving our fans willingness to keep celebrating with us. It's been now quite a long time that we have been celebrating a lot of success, so illusion is what defines our way ahead. Thank you very much, Luis. We have to close the session now, but again, let me finish on a very positive note. We are very happy to announce that today we can confirm that we'll keep sponsoring Movistar Core for 3 more years, and this makes us happy because it's been 10 years now with a lot of people engaged. And 10 years supporting an industry, a new industry, a new generation of gamers, and this makes us feel very happy. I am sure partners are happy too, and we wanted to make it public. So Movistar Koi will stay for a little bit longer, so to speak. Thank you very much. And unless there is any final question, because there's only 1 minute left, is there any question? Should this not be the case? Oh, there's one question. The diffusion channel is Twitch and social media to reach your audience, yet the profile of users that use Twitch is very young, right? So Telefonica has a diffusion channel, a television, which has a wider span, a wider outreach. Have you thought about widening your target audience and not focusing only on youth? I will let Fernando and Adam answer. In 2017, we had embedded channels in Movistar Plus. We still have an esports channel, yet what we conclude is that consumption is becoming more and more native in these platforms. You can bring it to other territories, it works well, but it doesn't have the impact it would have in native channels. We also believe that more and more people are getting used to it. In Movistar we have a gaming theater, and many people think that we're speaking about youth audiences. Not only consumption through these platforms is increasing significantly the gaming world, and Fernando will tell you more about it. Well, it means that allows you to be interactive, whereas in TV you are confronted to an image, whereas in social media you can experience illusion much more intensely. Absolutely. One of the anecdotes that I've been told more than once has to do with a parent watching a soccer game near his son watching video games. Even if, as Aitor said, TV channels have grown organically and platforms, Twitch, etc. And in order to ensure that a phenomena goes mainstream, we need supporters, we need lovers, especially today's fans generations, and these are part of the people that will convey image and passion for the competition. Of course, when you're not used to it, I am 51 years old, just for you to know, and just for you to know where I stand. But I've always played video games, but many of my friends have never played video games, but their sons do. So the entry point is not a direct entry point. They enter through their sons. So this transfer or this shared entertainment will ensure the expansion for future generations. So parents oftentimes ask us, well, I don't understand, I don't have a clue about this industry. When we shared our presentation in December, Rafa was there, and he said, I'm fascinated by everything, but I don't have a clue about what you're speaking about, Pokemon, etc. So connecting entertainment, making it more family-oriented is very positive. Excellent.
Hola, yo estoy conectada.
So I'm connected. My 22 years old son has already gone through all the different screens, and my younger one, well, you have mentioned Ivayanos. What is his relationship with it? Is there any commercial relationship? Is he paid? So how is he involved? And the second thing would be, how do you come up with teams? So where do you source people to build up your teams? Is it through the social media they use, or how do you engage with young people, because they do not go to a vocational training school? Let me answer to the question about Ibai, and you will answer about teams. Ibai is a partner. As I said before, Koi is Ibai's team, and in the measure between overactive media and writers, well, Ibai is not someone who's hired. It's his project, his team, so he's part of the team. Now, he's one of the chairs of or the president of the team. There's a difference. Even in a normal football team, things look different, right? So this ecosystem is different. Ibai is known for his communication talent through social media and in broadcasting, so he has this double hat. He's a member, he is a partner, and he's 100% engaged with the project. And now regarding your second question, what we have to say is that at the level at which we compete, the percentage of video gamers that become professionals is very limited. We cannot say, oh, play video games, because it will end up becoming a professional, right? It's like when a young person starts playing football, they have to start because they like it, not with the aim of becoming a super top professional player. Very few get there. So when we speak about training projects, we have academies, yes, of course, but there we need to respect the calendar and the training that these young people have to comply with, students, languages, etc. Now when we speak about our talk teams, we are speaking about players with previous experience in other teams, or that have, let's say, been trained in our academies and who are part of this circuit of professional players. But we don't want to say play because you will become professional. This is not true. We need to be careful, and we try to be very careful. So yeah, this is like if you say, well, if you play the guitar, you'll become an amazing musician, right? Well, it all depends on talent, we are in a scarce talent environment, and at the same time, video games are a very widespread entertainment, so a rational consumption of video games makes everything compatible, and if you're talented, explore your options. Absolutely. So I think we're going to leave it here because we are 10 minutes late. There's another question. Hello, good morning. I would like to know, how are you going to support the growth of the video gaming industry in Spain? I've seen Madrid in-game and Wires logo in the right of the screen. Are you going to focus in one specific line, or are you going to have like a sub-line with different video games? Oh, okay. So at the end of the day, we are trying to build an ecosystem within the gaming segment. I'm speaking as Movistar here. What do we have? We have sponsorships. We support the selection, team erratics. We are tech partner. We provide connectivity, and we want to go beyond. We also have agreements with PlayStations, Xbox. We have a gaming functionality, gaming on. So we believe this is a segment where we can test many products and services and get closer to an audience. There's Wire also. There are many startups who are developing more and more features for this segment, and we want to embed this in our ecosystem. But as Adam mentioned before, there's the Latin American ecosystem of Telefónica, and we believe there's potential out there to do something big as a sector, and of course, as a commercial sector also for Telefonica. So regarding on whether we're going to be developing video games in the future, Guille from my team are here, and they keep telling me, please, let's do the leap forward. It's not going to be easy, yet we believe that we don't want to do this alone. We want to do it with the best possible partners, and who knows, the ecosystem is one of very high potential. And thank you. This is it from our side. Thanks Fernando, Adam and Luis for being here, and thanks to all of you following us online. Thank you.
Buenos días a todos. Lo primero, gracias por estar aquí. Bienvenidos a...
Well, welcome and to this session we're going to show you different 5G applications with a common denominator to the use of drones. So it is a session that we have split up in 3 parts. I am Leticia, López, and I work in innovation in Telefónica Spain together with Ángel, Alves, and we are going to talk about a different capability of 5G networks, which is network slicing. And then Sergio Gamo in defense and security in Telefónica, and he's going to talk about 5G bubbles, and we are going to show a solution, and we can have different case uses using the 5G capabilities, like the management and control of drones to make all sorts of activities. So safety in industrial environments and the protection in military environments with augmented reality and artificial intelligence. So Miguel Borja is going to share this information. He is responsible of vertical drones and robotization in Telefónica, and Gustavo Medina, the CEO of X Reality Factory. So we are going to start the network slicing. This is the roadmap that we are doing in Telefónica from 5G. As you can see, we started many years ago deploying the 5G, the standalone 5G, and then in the first years we acquired spectrum in 700 band and reorganized the spectrum that gives us coverage and capabilities, and also we acquired a gigahertz in 26 band, ultra capabilities band. So since last year we started deploying the pure 5G standalone networks, and we are having this densification of the networks, and we can apply these new technologies that give us these capabilities of standalone 5G networks. This is why we can say that in 2024 we are going to launch the first services based on network slicing. For 2025-2026 we're going to focus on 5G Edge. So we want to deploy a network of edge computing. The edge computing is the big revolution as for computing, and Telefónica is going to use our own resources, our own centrals to host different edge servers and create this network of edge computing networks focusing on low latency. So in 2026 we will be able to launch the first network slicing services for different cases that require this low latency. So very briefly, I suppose you all know, network slicing is a technological capability with 5G standalone networks that create different logical sub-networks using the same infrastructure, personalized networks for different services, adapting to the demands of the services and of the clients. The standard has defined 4 slices. The first one for high bandwidth, and we are going to launch the commercial service on this slice. Then another slice for low latency is going to come when we have deployed the edge computing network, and then a slice 3 optimized for IoT, and then a slice 4 optimized for connected vehicles. Slicing is not a solution for all cases. It's useful when there is good 5G coverage in some specific concrete moments. We can use it, and then when a customer has sub-networks for different services. So as you know, and I said before, we are going to launch the network slicing this year. And what did we do? Well, we did some pilots and to learn from technology and then for the commercialization of the service and with different customers. First of all, this is for the customers that are located in a specific location, for example, a factory, some premises, a hub, a port, with the same 5G node giving coverage to this specific place. And then our customer was a port terminal. They had a need and they wanted to reinforce the security of the staff riding the cranes, and the solution then needed us to connect the cranes so that the cranes always send information about their location if there is a risk of crashing. And the customer said, I want the traffic of these cranes to be on the network always, not only when there is a saturation. So we had to create a specific slice for these cranes because it's considered critical traffic. And this pilot we learned that the 700 band is the good one for this environment because there are a lot of metallic infrastructures, the vessels, the cranes, and with this band we can do it because it has a lot of penetration, and we are talking about these cranes that change location. So the customer was really happy because we created this virtual private network based on a slicing without having to invest on more infrastructure. And we have another pilot project, slicing and mobility in a very wide community. The challenge here is to try slicing in mobility, different 5G nodes. Our customer here was an emergency customer, emergency services customer. The emergency units have specific needs and they need to guarantee their communications all along, and the public network does not guarantee this continuous communication. This is why they have special networks, the Tetra networks, and one of the disadvantages is that the bandwidth is very narrow. They can only send SMS or make regular phone calls. So the client said, I needed to send images, I needed to send videos or make video conferences. So with this new functionality, we said maybe we can create a slice for this specific unit, and as a complement to the Tetra networks for all this type of multimedia content. And we tried it, and as you can imagine, this band is the adequate one, and the client is really satisfied because they can also do these video images and so on and so forth. And it is a capability and with good coverage. And the third pilot, my colleague Ángel, well, imagine the biggest event in your cities. We are saying that in Barcelona, it could be Barcelona, Real Madrid in Camp Stadium, or it could be in Sevilla, in the Wising Center. how many attendees? 40,000, 60,000, 90,000, if we are talking about Camp Nou or Bernabeu. So in these infrastructures, what do we do? In Camp Nou and so on and so forth. Well, we know that there will be 70,000 people there, and we do identification. We put a lot of bandwidth in order to manage this traffic, but then the game is over and people leave the stadium all at the same time and they go to the street, and the network there is not dimensioned for these 70,000 people. So there is definitely not enough. And so what can we do in this case? You have a certain capability, you can send WhatsApps, you can make a phone call, but then you can feel that the network is a little saturated because there are 70,000 people there who are leaving the stadium. So when I go to a game, for example, to a match, and we are in this situation with 70,000 people leaving the stadium, I am a little anxious and nervous, a lot of people there, and it gives me some sort of safety to see the police, to be an ambulance, because if there is an emergency, then the police will be there to help us. So this gives me a lot of safety, and then we have enough communications, and the firefighters, the ambulances are critical and they are a priority, and I can send a video of the last goal that was scored, or I don't know, the song that was sung by Malou, I don't know. So it is important that the communication is guaranteed, and this is why we are using the network slicing. Applied to a specific region, we are talking about the whereabouts of the stadium, and during a specific period of time, so maybe 2 hours before the match and 2 hours after it. So we are talking about a network slicing that is applied temporarily. So as Leticia said, we are talking about drones, and why are we using drones here? And I love talking about drones. So the police use drones. So you put one drone 100 meters and you have an outlook and a vision of what's going on. And if you have to send an ambulance or a police unit, so we are starting using the drones, and sometimes the pilot is the one who has the images and they can communicate what's going on to all the other units. I see someone in this street and they are messing around. We are sending a unit. So what's our proposal, our solution? So being able to bring this video to a control center so that it can be viewed from the control center by a lot of people, so that everybody can see it on real time. And in order to improve the coordination, this is why we think that these communications are crucial. And how do we do it? Well, something very important in our solution is that we don't use the equipment and the infrastructure of the customer. We have our drones that are in the whereabouts of the stadiums, and we have a pilot controlling the drones using radio frequency. So we extract the signals and we put them into a codifying unit, and then we send all the information through network slicing. It is a zone or an area that is a little saturated, but we can establish our own priorities. So we use a 5G network slicing and we send it to the core of our network. And then we put it in a video server and we can view it and visualize it in the control centers with a very good quality. This traffic is not mixed with other types of traffics and the communication is fully guaranteed. So if we have these communications guaranteed with this temporarily communication, then we can transmit more. And if they have 5G tablets or smartphones with 5G, the communications will be guaranteed. And maybe we can just introduce a SIM card to guarantee the communications. So simple as that. So this SIM is included in this smartphone and the communications are fully guaranteed. And then we give them a router and it can be placed on the top of the police car, and then we introduce a SIM card that has access to the slice, so guaranteed communications again, and then we can connect any laptops or other devices to this source of communication. They can send videos and so on and so forth using this slicing. So in this solution, we tried that slicing can be applied in a specific region to improve the quality, firefighters, police units in a temporary way in a very specific region. It's another way to apply slicing. And then finally, about talking about network slicing, just to tell you that the 3 case studies that we have presented, the ones that we have created in the innovation department together with 3 of our customers, but I am sure you can think of many other case studies. And now that you understand what's slicing, and it's going to be a commercial reality in 2024. So if you think this is interesting and that you can apply it to your business unit, please get in touch with your salespeople and get more information about slicing. And talking about interesting things, Sergio Gamo is going to talk about tactic 5G bubbles. And well, my turn to talk. So how are you keeping up? I'm going to share something that is super cool. Are you ready? All ready? Javi is ready, Chema is ready. 26 minutes. And I have 26 minutes left and I'm only allowed to speak for 10 minutes. I will have no time anyway. We're going to talk about something that complements the operator network. So up to now we've seen what we can do with the operator network capability. So we have this core operator, we have some stations, and what can we do with network slicing and other activities, but supporting these on our infrastructure. We are complementing this with tactical bubbles. So the core in standalone, complementing our coverage capability, being an operator, uses in the places where we have no coverage, remote places, or in the places in which we need to use another part of the spectrum in very saturated environments. This is what we're going to talk about right now. So why are we using it? And you can see it here. First of all, we are using it because we want to guarantee the maximum of low latency. 5G to us is important thanks to the bandwidth. It's important because we can reduce the energy consumption. But not only this, what makes it different is the low latency. Low latency allows us to have an automatic activity, robotization of the human activity, so to say. So the industrial revolution we are living this right now is to move from human activities to complement them with the robotization of these activities to be more efficient, to be more capable of doing things. And in order to do that, low latency is the key element. And in the tests that we've done with these tactical bubbles, we have reached these latencies. And this is what allows us to have this automated activity. And then another element is a lot of users at the same time. So we have tested up to 24,000 users. And in this tactic bubble environment has covered all the different scenarios that we might have to face. Second element, and I think I will have a time to finish my speech on time. You can bet on that. So once we create this infrastructure, we have two key elements. Is the high communication infrastructure in areas without coverage. And the only way to do that is this one. Then second element, in areas with a network congestion where I need to guarantee the service. So I am guaranteeing the quality of my service because all the spectrum, the hardware in the infrastructure is devoted to this specific element for critical communications in this case. So this allows that the quality of the service and the low latency elements for the robotization processes is devoted to these users 100%. How are we applying it? So we have an office, and we have a critical infrastructure. We have Repsol, Iberdrola, water operator, and in this infrastructure that is set and fixed, I am offering bandwidth, the capability of services, and low latency. This would be the first scenario. Second scenario, with a fixed environments that can be deployed, like for example a stadium. Camp Nou. We are in Barcelona, we are going to talk about Camp Nou, and we are going to talk about Bernabeu, we are going to talk about Wanda Stadium, we are talking about Barcelona Football Club Stadium. We want to deploy this capability edge to edge in a fixed but deployable environment. We can give this infrastructure that gives 100% of the capability in this fixed environment for this temporary moment, the second use case. And then the third one would be that this 5G node is moving, it's on the move, and we have integrated on a vehicle, and this vehicle is giving coverage on the move in the specific place where we are. It is integrated, it can be integrated in a vessel, giving 5G coverage on the move, in the ocean. And now we are developing it for non-terrestrial networks in Atenea scenario. And we are developing this bringing 5G node and its infrastructure to the NTN environment, so airplanes and OVAs. So it's not what if, or the future. So this is happening right now. So the army has already recruited a tactic bubble in a vehicle that offer relay services to other vehicles. So when the communication is cut, then the communication is guaranteed. And this is what Telefonica and Spain is doing. Other countries don't have these capabilities, and it is something that we are doing here in Spain. Also on the move in a vessel, and other countries have not been able to do that, and Spain has, and in Spain it's Telefonica that did it. And then the last element in which we are working is the NTN networks, and airplanes, helicopters, and then in space. We are talking to very important stakeholders and players with Airbus, and we've signed an agreement with Airbus, and we have a team focusing on this. So Telefonica is in the avant-garde of all these different elements. And apart from this, which are the services that we are applying on the edge? So it is something that is being applied on the different edges to guarantee this low latency. What are we implementing? So safe communications, secure communications, and we've done a very intense work with the proprietary application of Telefonica that is certified by the Cryptological Center. And as for the confidentiality issue, so we have focused on the security of communications, and the only secure communication application that is certified is the Telefonica application. Secondly, in this tactical infrastructure, we are organizing the robotics services, and we are deploying terrestrial and sea and air robotics. So we are working on all of the different domains. We are also implementing services of artificial intelligence, the 5G bubble, controlling an AV connected to this bubble that can be deployed, the video of the AV connected to the 5G node, and in the edge, these artificial intelligence systems that recognize objects, recognize numbers in containers and number plates, and so that we can make a list and creating blacklists or whitelists. And what we are doing now is the artificial intelligence on the edges with the capabilities that the slicing is offering, and then the sensors and the command and control. So a very important element, we've worked with the Cryptological Center and with cybersecurity. And Telefonica has been recruited to organize the cyber defense, and all means deployed by the Ministry of Defense. And Telefonica is in the avant-garde with infrastructure and security of communications and cyber security over all IT, AVs and robotics. And now we have Miguel Borja, and then I hope it works, and we're gonna try it. Whenever you want. It is a pleasure to be after you, and as a technologist, I always like to say that we can connect any type of devices, and this means that we can do a lot of things, different scenarios. And it is really important in these critical missions. And when we apply sensors to all this, well, thanks to that, we can substitute it and in different ideas, and then we can reduce the consumption, and we are going to increase the security of the staff working in these missions. And then finally, the concept of sustainability. And thanks to technology, we can achieve sustainability. And we have the example of drones. And if we can incorporate these elements like thermal cameras or radars, we open up a wide range of possibilities that can be translated into generating information. And thanks to zero latency, we are giving information real time to anywhere on planet Earth. So a drone that, for example, can is on a rescue mission. Someone is drowning in the ocean after an emergency call. We have to identify this information, and then that allows us to define the rescue mission, which of the vehicles we are going to use, the people who are going to participate in the mission, and if it is a rocky region, the geography of the region, we can reduce the times, the rescue times, and also so that everybody participating in the mission is secure and safe, and then to send on real time what's going on to a remote center, to a control center that might be remotely. And well, with the drones it might seem easy, but with these 3 blocks we can use this in the same scenario. We have the hardware, and under the water, air, and terrestrial to generate valuable information, because what we want is to have knowledge about the scenario to make decisions. But not only that, that is another element. This artificial intelligence that is going to feed on this data so that the hardware can make decisions, reducing a key element, which is the mistake. So what do we use? Well, thanks to 5G communication, we are facilitating the life of people, and this is the goal of this technology. And we have been developing it in a simultaneous way, but in this scenario, we could include avant-garde technology as the extended reality. And we are going to see it on a video right now. And then Gustavo is going to give an answer to this question after watching the video.
Sí.
Vamos. Bueno, un saludo a todos.
8 minutes left. Okay. Well, I am going to share a specific case using this technology. The use of useful metaverse. So we dared to do something very crazy. We are wearing these glasses, and this allows us to deploy a center anywhere and anywhere you might be. And we are using these goggles, and we can use different mobile devices to establish communication. This is only used and possible using 5G networks. I am recording using my reality goggles, and this is the Cartagena port, and I am moving the drone from United States remotely. And so this is someone who is connected from Poland, and this person is in Madrid. So we were, the three of us, handling and managing this in real time. I could see on real time the image through streaming. This can only be done with 5G. This is just an example. This is another one using the screens, touch screens, and all we are doing is we are managing it, and you can connect remotely, and we are managing this emergency, and we are all working in a coordinated way, although we are in remote places, and we are communicating and making decisions because we are our job is to help people in the decision-making process, and so that they all have the information that is needed. This is the how the fire in La Palma was managed, and this is a layer of the Copernicus satellite, updating the information every 15 minutes. Using these reality goggles, they were discussing next steps, the following steps to take. And now with this generative AI, we can talk our own language, and then the goggles translate simultaneously what's being said, so you can use your own language. And it can simplify the content, and once it is trained, it can suggest, not only showing but also suggesting the next steps to take. So this is the same video in La Palma. I advise you to go to La Palma and see it. And in this case, once we manage this emergency, we work on the management of all the wildfire emergencies. And we need to know where the fire is. And this is the Valencia port. And this is in a pilot project in Valencia with this tactic 5G bubble, and sending drones to supervise these different spaces, and also to supervise the infrastructure. In the military network, it's not everything together at the same time. So we can see examples of how useful it can be, and there are some different use cases, like the one we showed to you, and the 5G technology gives sense to all this. And I find it really interesting, because when we talk about 5G, we need to understand what Sergio and Miguel mentioned, that everything changes when you start to see concrete cases in our everyday life. Because technologies as the metaverse, people thought it was just avatars playing and having fun. No, it can also be useful and save lives, and can help us in the management of resources. And I'm done. I don't know if you want to conclude this session. I am open to questions. And I'm here. Anybody who is bold enough to ask questions? No. Thank you very much.
¿Dónde quieres?
No, yo aquí, yo aquí.
La cartela.
Hola. Hola, ¿qué tal? Venga, empezamos. Venga, chavales, vamos a sentarnos, que vamos a empezar. Bueno, buenas tardes a todos y...
Well, good afternoon. We're going to talk today about green and digital transition, sustainability and technology. And we have here 3 experts and Pociña responsible of offer and innovation in Telefónica. Belén, she is the manager of planning the area of transport network in Redondo. And your father worked in Telefónica, didn't he? Say hello to him from here. So, and Guillermo Pascual, who works in Veolia, responsible of solutions and technologies. So it's a pleasure to have you here, and we are so excited, and we've been working on this for a long time, and it is a great tool. I think it's agendas that are running in parallel, and the impact it has on citizens and the capillarity. So this is why the different sectors in this transformation and digitalization of infrastructures. So maybe we start with Anna. And how we see technology and so on and so forth. We talk about digital and green transitions going in parallel to help other sectors and to move in these goals of sustainability. But what are we saying? To be clear, the World Economic Forum that show that the potential of the digital solutions to reduce CO2 emissions is about 15% if we apply it to energy, industry, construction and agriculture. And if we include the capability to modify the behavior of people, this potential can reach 35%. This is key because in Europe we have pledges to reduce 55% of the European emissions in 2030 and zero emissions in 2050. And in order to do that, we need to make the most and harness everything. And this is what digitalization gives us. And in Telefonica, our commitment is, together with your support, is to develop these solutions that will help the customers to be more efficient and also to help them in this path towards sustainability and reducing the CO2 emissions and boosting the circular economy. We call them eco-smart solutions. We've seen it in the video, very beautiful video actually. And then in the end, what we do is with INO, the certifying agency, we assess all the solutions, B2B, and in Telefonica, 52% of the solutions are eco-smart because they have this potential. And in DTEC we reach a percentage of 58% because it's based on technologies that are based on IoT, big data, artificial intelligence and so on and so forth. So we also quantify our contributions to help our customers in this transition. And last year we helped our customers to reduce emissions of CO2. We can develop solutions. Well, it is good that you talk about all this. And what you just said and what you've been done in Telefonica, and you started with all this, and now everybody is sure about this. Nobody questions it. And it has changed a lot, and the digital agenda, this transition agenda, the green economy is the one that helps us to incorporate this. So if there is something key in our lives is electricity, and it's a cross-section sector for everything, and everything happens at the same time. So how are you facing all these and with technology? When in the electrical sector, we've been working on this transformation and integration of renewable energies, And we are a sector that is in the avant-garde. And we have started working on that for a long time. And also very ambitious and being fulfilled, and this is what makes our sector, and we are towards this idea. And in Spain we closed the year with this coverage It was very difficult to think about this a few years ago, and we are now in the peak of this transformation, and in 2023 in January there was a lot of production of renewable, the peak of production. More than 75% of consumption of Spain was covered with renewable energies. And we have achieved for during 18 days only renewable energies were used, and we have got here facing these challenges and with very ambitious challenges. And the electrical service has changed, and it is a complicated industry, very mature though, and with a philosophy that is very simple. Demand is what it is, and when you want to see the Barcelona match, you want to see it without interruptions, and then also some complementary services, and our role is to make everything match. And before we had 15-20 groups and different infrastructure groups. In this case production elements, so elements, groups that generate electricity. It was pretty easy, and we could juggle a little bit. But what happens with renewable energies? Well, it introduces different changes. It depends on the conditions, so maybe you can have 10 megawatts, and then we have a lot. And sometimes we don't have the same adjustments for the system, and we have these different systems led by our network with 4 parameters. We need to be able to observe it, we needed to store it if possible, and then we need to control it. And the prediction and the control. So in this forum we need to be able to observe to see what's going on, and to see what's going on with the production, and then developing tools, and in order to know which are the tools we need to show to everybody. And these have been the technological challenges. And then we have applied it to different elements that we have shared with Telefónica. And the DLR It is dynamically evaluating to install monitoring services in different capabilities, and this is the way to move forward and digitalize the network in order to face these challenges. Awesome, the complexity and the capability of technology to transform. I think that the use of the electrical network is amazing. And the other day I was with some customers and we were talking about all these electrical companies and utilities and water. And also water is very important, right, Guillermo? Tell me. And I would say that in the situation in which we are with a drought, we need to adapt to climate change, and we are suffering a water stress that is going to be permanent. And in Catalonia, we are at 18% capability of our dams. It is 50% reduction vis-a-vis the last 10 years. I think it's very important what you said, because we can think it's just a problem in Spain, but we have customers all over the world. And London has water stress as well, and they don't have dams. And in Germany as well. So this is happening all over the world. So now it's only in countries where it used to happen in the past. And we need to take advantage of this opportunity, and right now we are in a situation and we need to start. And I would say that from the perspective of the administration, we are doing a lot of things to manage the demand and the primary sector, and in this sense to see how we can adapt to climate change in the moments where there are a lot of rainfalls. We need information at real time, because rainfall is very concentrated, and then the information needs to be processed in an adequate way, and this will allow us to make forecasts and know what's going to happen in any regions. And also there is another fundamental aspect. So we see that we need to manage the superficial layers of water and also the phreatic water. In the metropolitan area of Barcelona, 50% of the water comes from desalinated water or generated by the different water treatment units. And we need to offer the water, it has to be fresh water, fulfilling the demands. So we can talk about specific projects, and I don't want to do a spoiler, but water industry will have to do the same process, because there's other industries and this need that is accelerating this change. And then we can talk about this further on, but we also have this idea of learning from others, and what Ellen said, being able to observe and being able to predict. We need to model all the behaviors in the demand, model what's going to happen when there is extreme rainfall.
Anna, are you feeling any better? Yeah, I am perfect now. So the two sides of the coin. Before you spoke about risk management, and now we have to speak about the reverse of the coin. So how are we doing in this area? I think we're doing fine, to be honest, here in Telefónica. I believe that in this forum, well, we have been discussing about the opportunities that come with technology, but we also have to speak about challenges, because as we said, the digital and the green transitions are complementary, but unless we are careful, they might end up clashing. Because of course, technologies use resources, right? Even if we have been meeting with some partners to turn technologies off automatically, but of course they consume energy. It requires the use of water in data centers or AC. And of course, there's the technological waste that needs to be managed also. Let me give you a few examples today. It is estimated that the TIC sector consumes between 8 to 10% of global energy consumption. Wow, that's quite a lot. Yeah, and in Telefónica we are working to cut down on consumption, on energy consumption, and there are other technologies such as artificial intelligence that will help us around. And of course we also produce between 3 to 5% of global CO2 emissions. So all these challenges need to be dealt with so that we can reduce our carbon footprint. One of the key actions we are implementing in Telefónica in terms of sustainability has to do with reducing the impact of our operations. We like working on the network, it's our core business, and up on this layer we build the rest of technologies on top. There are two main aims that will help us transform the company and the network. One, net zero emissions by 2040. 10 years before what Europe is asking. So in order to get there, we are working to enhance energy consumption, consuming renewables. And regarding how we are doing down the line, today we have been able to reduce our direct CO2 footprint, the one directed by us, by 41% compared to 2015. It's quite a lot. And then there's the value chain. It's much more difficult to follow up. Of course, our technologies consume resources when used by our clients. There we have achieved a reduction in terms of CO2 emissions of 51%. We want to be a zero waste company by 2030, sorry. What is zero waste? What does that mean? Tell us a little bit more. Zero waste means not like we're not going to be producing waste, because of course we are working to minimize waste production by including circularity criteria in our procurement departments and to expand the lifespan of resources. And also we want to reuse waste. We have been able to recover 4 million devices every year, routers, mobile phones, network equipment, and give it a second life and put it back on track into the circle. So it's all about not sending waste to waste dams to ensure a second life or a sound recycling. Today we are recycling 98% of the waste we produce. Now regarding new technologies, well, this is going to help us. Fiber is 85% more efficient than copper, as you know. Here in Spain this year we're gonna turn off copper, marking our 100th anniversary, and 5G is much more efficient in terms of energy consumption by traffic. The project you're going to be sharing with us, well, the good thing about IoT is that it doesn't really need much data and it's extremely efficient. Yet it is also true that traffic is growing in our networks. Now we are capable of, despite growth, dematching energy consumption in our network, and we have reduced 8.9% our energy consumption, even if traffic has multiplied by 8.9% since 2015. So these are the levers, and this is what legitimizes us to affirm and reaffirm that we're helping others going down this path. Absolutely. So we are doing well, to be honest. Of course, there's a long way ahead, yet a lot has been achieved also. You were speaking about networks before, and I realized that there are 3 operators in the room. An electric network, a water network, etc. I remember when I joined Telefónica, I was told what's expected about a network is for it not to collapse. So this was my welcome pitch, let's say. You're a very important operator, electric network, so how does it work on your side and how do you ensure continuity? So yeah, as you say, for us it's all about continuity. It's part of our DNA. Energy service in EU countries with a high level of development is key. Energy supply is a critical infrastructure, and actually it is so called and categorized by the European Union. So of course we'll have to be accountable when it comes to the responsibility that has been given to us, because in our environment it's just not admissible to, I don't know, put someone's like at stake because there's a power cut, or power cuts affecting production processes, or I don't know, cold chains or arch ovens, etc. When there is an energy cut, there is, for example, solidification of certain products that are ovened or cooked on ovens at high temperature. To give you a few examples, the way to engage in as many projects as possible is to ensure that we need to ensure energy supply in all the circumstances. And in fact, there are a couple of very important principles that we also like bearing in mind, which are observability. This has already been discussed. In order to run an operation and ensure that it's going to work, first you need to see where we stand, right? And secondly, redundancy. So what we take care of is carrying energy from one place to another, from production facilities to consumption areas, and of course this has to be ensured in all the circumstances, even when one element collapses, two or three. Well, all those who are network managers have interiorized this element, right? Redundancy, we need redundant networks. So we apply this to all projects, and we ground this because at the end of the day, this is the most relevant forum where to speak about this point and where to raise the LRS, the dynamic load rating networks, which are at the end of the day a network monitoring system. We have been partnering with Telefonica, and to be honest, the outcomes have been amazing. In the energy grid, the main support towards the transition is the incorporation of renewables, but not only. As you do, we need to ensure the highest possible efficiency of our networks, and this is what the project is about, ensuring the sustainability of networks. What do I mean by that? Well, basically that, as I said before, the system has changed. We've moved from working in very foreseeable conditions where we knew exactly what was going to happen. If you asked me on March the 13th, I'm going to tell you exactly how much demand we're going to have at 1 o'clock, whereas today conditions are totally unforeseeable. The way to adapting then to this new scenario is observability. This is how we have inserted monitoring systems in several networks and in several lines of our transport grid so that we can increase our capacity in a safe scenario. This project has been implemented in more or less 500 kilometers length line, and the development has prioritized redundancy. The capacity of the supply grid depends largely on meteorological conditions, and thus we have focused on measuring the length of the lines and how meteorological conditions might affect them. And we've done so with two measurements, meteorological measurements and kilometers also, and this has allowed us to come up with two different calculations on the capacity, duplicity of sensors, duplicity of calculations, etc. And we have also developed a communication system with you based on narrowband and IoT. And redundancy here has been possible thanks to the frequency of sensors. We have installed sensors much more frequently than the theory recommends, so that any black spot is covered by the proximity of other measurement units. And has this had an impact? Well, we are now in process of measuring it, but the calculations have been done in order to see what are the fruits of our joint efforts. And let me share a few figures with you. The supply, the system, the 500 kilometers length network is quite peculiar. These networks allow you to channel renewables. What does this mean? Well, basically, now we estimate that whenever all these kilometers, these LDR kilometers are available, we will be able to integrate to the system around 200 extra gigas of renewables. For those who are no experts in the sector, in the energy sector, this would correspond to the annual consumption of 64,000 households, which corresponds to the city of Orense. With this very simple system, we've managed to save the equivalent of Orense, and this corresponds to a reduction in emissions of tons of CO2 every year. Do you have any relationship with Orense? Because maybe... No, this is because, you know, I looked at the population of Orense and I thought, wow, I can compare with Orense. Incredible, it's incredible when you say that you can supply an entire city thanks to a minor change. You have also mentioned narrow networks, and well, there is a very important technological disruption in networks in connectivity. Narrowband networks with this very strange name are mainly the first networks that are specially designed for machines. Today, all the machines, all the connected machines are connected on top of networks that were designed for people and for machines. And the first time that there is a new network deployment has been this narrowband precisely, and these networks allow you to turn other networks from the past much more efficient, or to the new things like water management, because the main problem we have when it comes to water management is that a water counter is 10 meters underground and it has no access to an energy source. So these networks allow you to have batteries with a lifespan of up to 15 years, or being capable of irradiating in very random places. So a lot has happened in the water sector. Intelligent counters, cascade. You can close all the cycle in record timing, right? Yeah. And now we are working in an accelerated way, and thankfully there are many funding programs. And now if we focus on the urban domain, what's good about these programs is that they cover the end-to-end cycle: production, distribution, counters, citizens counters, sewage, depuration, to give water a second life, regeneration, through regeneration. But I believe that the main disruption has to do with remote reading mechanisms. Thanks to IoT narrowband technologies, we will have devices with a lifespan corresponding to the life cycle of the counter. Imagine that we had to replace all the counters. I just remember, I really like the comparison with Orense, and I remember now that one of the most important customers of ours, with whom we are working together to deploy intelligent counters, they told us that we have won the 5th water reservoir, right? Because this corresponds to a reservoir. Is this the reasonable impact one could think about? Yeah, absolutely. This is the main challenge, interacting with citizens. And you know, before I had one data every 3 months, whereas today we have 24 pieces of information a day. So the amount of information we're going to be able to supply users are going to enable users to manage their consumption patterns differently. And this is the 5th reservoir you were mentioning. Now, thanks to the narrowband technology, you add low consumption on the one hand side and the possibility to read the counters underground with the necessary coverage. We have enough information. I would say that in this case, well, this is the main disruption: integration with citizens, engagement with citizens, which added to omni-channel and digital channels enable citizens to have an everyday life interaction with water supply companies. Well, one could speak about the most disruptive technologies. I'd like to give you another example within networks for you to grasp an idea. And by the way, I don't want to spoil the answer to the third question. Well, please feel free to spoil us, no problem. We are now training with algorithms and with a sound library to being able to locate and pre-locate water leaks, so that when all the information is available, the system can pre-locate water leaks without having to look for it and find it. So the system is becoming much more agile. Absolutely, because it's not only about connecting infrastructures, it's what happens the day after. You produce a data cloud, a digital twin, virtual recreations of the network, the real-time simulations without the limitations of real-life failures. We have a drone project that explore infrastructure. I remember my interaction with a colleague that would travel to around the sewage by motorbike. Malug knows that very much. A drone at the end of the day is a sensor, a flying sensor. It's a computer vision technology with a great deal of stuff. Amazing. So at the end of the day, one of the main gaps in the sector is where am I going to find professionals that will help me down this line? Because there is a crazy battle for digital talent. In our case, and I'm guessing the same happens in your case, Belén, how do you attract talent? How do you manage? Well, to be honest, yeah, we have been operating down this line for quite a long time, and we have focused mainly on the cultural transformation, which has to inherently look for as many resources as possible. Technically speaking, it's quite complicated. Our focus in Red Eléctrica is to carry out a change of mindset in the context of energy transition and the digital transition, and this move towards AI-empowered systems. In the case of Red Eléctrica, I believe that the key of success, because we are down this line actually, we are almost there. Well, I have to speak about three parameters, three factors. One, need, of course. Need matters here. I'm sorry because now I went blank. Don't worry, I'm going to tell you what happens to me. Need. There is no other way around it. Now I remember. Let me move on. So, need resources, of course. No problem. There's no one around us, right? So, need resources, and then there's a third element, motivation. Allow me to tell you a little bit more about how we've done it in Red Eléctrica. Need. There is no doubt that in the case of Red Eléctrica, it's quite peculiar because we are a little bit of a different company compared to the ones here in the MWC. We are a regulated monopoly, so the public administration gives us a mandate and says, listen, you have to make this integration of renewables possible. But of course, it's no surprise that being given a mandate, it doesn't really mean that you're going to comply with the mandate and become a leader. I'm going to prove that we are leaders. This has somehow coexisted with the intrinsic characteristics of the Spanish energy grid. Compared to other EU countries, our system is an isolated one. It has very little support from our neighbors. There is an interconnection with France, but it's rather weak. And this means that when you are in trouble, when you have an unbalance in your offer and demand, no one is going to help you from the outside. So when we include an integration plan, renewables are variable, they have ups and downs, so the system operator had to go one step forward and say, listen, we're going to anticipate from now on. And basically in the last 20 years we have been living together with Germany the integration of renewables in Europe. We are the two leading countries in Europe. But there is an important difference that I would like to underline. Germany is very much interconnected with its neighbors, with all its neighbors. So integration for them has been natural. Whereas in our case, we've had to struggle. And for example, in 2004, we had moved a lot in terms of observability. 70% of renewables had been already measured. In Germany, the scope was only 10%. We were at 70%. We were the first electrical supplier capable of installing an ad hoc control system for the renewables stock management. It was out of need, not because we were any more clever than others. It was the only way around it, right? So need again, but need per se doesn't really matter. The second one is quite obvious, and this is why I had forgotten it. Resources. Resources. It's not enough to know that you need to transform. You need to have the necessary resources to implement such transformation. Sometimes we forget about resources. We just speak about transformation without attaching resources to such transformation. And it's not only a matter of resources, but also a matter of efficiency. Where do we need resources, and where are such resources going to be more efficient? Well, we have that for human resources, and then there's another key element. And by the way, the project we're speaking about stems from there. Research and development. Research and development for us is extremely important. We are a very, let's say, reliability-oriented company. And as a planner, I cannot go to a colleague in operations and say, listen, I came up with an idea. If you introduce this sensor here and there, things are going to look much better for us, because, you know, they're going to tell me to, you know what they're going to tell me, right? So we need to base all your proposals on evidence, and this is why we invested resources in research and development to launch prototypes, to prove what had been analytically proved. But again, our colleagues from operations need to see evidence. So we're speaking about research and development projects very much oriented towards digital transformation with the aim of convincing the internal customer. This is the second parameter. And the third factor is motivation. And in the case of motivation, I must say that it was a rather easy job, because our DNA is very much oriented to public sector. So what better than fighting for the energy transition? What highest motivation can someone have than going back home and telling your son or your daughter, listen, I just concluded a DLR project, don't worry about Orense's CO2 emissions for the rest of your life. But don't worry, because tomorrow I will wake up passionate and I will work to leave behind a better world, right? So this is the way around it. We're going to hire you for our sustainability unit, absolutely. So need, of course, the path was designed for us, resources. And what really counts is motivation, which has been the lever, the engine. Well, yeah, for us, technology at the end of the day is a means, not an end. So being capable of transforming the company in-house through the profiles in-house has been a challenge. This week, for example, we have gone over 2.5 million remotely measured counters, 50,000 readings a week. So the profiles needed have to be adapted. So additionally, in this race for talent, for digital talent, we have also launched internal upskilling and transformation programs so that everyone can develop their digital skills. This is the basis knowledge, upskilling our network knowledge combined with technology boosts technology. Absolutely. Actually, we are experiencing a similar scenario. Our market is very much dependent on practices. There's much more offer than demand. So we have to compete with our own tools, right? So there is vocation, as you said. We sometimes think that connected economies are a public service, a very necessary public service. We have a fiber network that is envied all around Europe. I know we insist a lot on that, but it's true. And it is still true because others have not catch up with us. So again, we allow citizens to work in projects, in amazing projects. We are very lucky to work with people like you. All of a sudden, I don't know, a young guy that starts digitalizing a water network. This is an amazing project, isn't it? So we have the same problems. We play our own cards. Yet, yeah, we're working quite a lot in attracting young talent, training, reskilling. But again, it's a matter of context. And we'll have to live with it for the rest of our careers. This is only the beginning. I believe there will always be more people looking to attract sexy profiles than profiles out there in the market. This is why alliances will be key, and I believe reaching alliances is key. We cannot do things by ourselves, and we need to combine in-house talent with the one in utilities. So 3 minutes left. I will leave it here because, well, I had a lot of fun. What about you? Yeah, it was so much fun. What about you? Did you have fun? Did you enjoy the session? Yeah, well, amazing. We're gonna call it a day. Thank you very much for being here. Green transition, digital transition. Thanks a million.
Okay. Well, welcome to Telefónica. I'm very happy to be here with you to celebrate. So, you know, we are celebrating 100 years in the company at this moment. But these 100 years are nothing to the years that are to come, okay? And the years that are to come will be fantastic, based on projects like the one that we are going to show you today, okay? The Edge Plan project that Telefónica de España is going to present, is going to start, no? The presentation will be in Spanish, so if you need translation, there are headsets there that you can take, okay?
Well, as I was saying, 100th anniversary of the company, many more fruitful years to come in the near future. We are going to see how we're gonna face the future, and one of the projects that are going to be fundamental for the transformation, the Edge Cloud project. In this presentation, I'm going to have Fidel Fernández and Daniel Rubaya, and I'm going to start with a brief introduction of where we are and where we come from, how we have collaborated in the past to get to the present. A lot of things have happened in the last years. GSMA, the mobile platform, launched some initiatives, operator platform, Telco Edge Cloud, and then Open Gateway that was announced last year, looking for a new digital transformation. And we see that the standardization organisms like ETSI and 3GPP are offering the certifications to support this evolution towards the edge systems. And Linux Foundation, Open Infra Foundation, and many other foundations like Open NOLA are also offering this supportive environment to develop this concept. So we see that the industry is moving forward with private and public initiatives. We see deployment of edge computing in the United States with Lumen, and also in Asia Pacific with Bridge Alliance, a consortium of 26 operators in Asia, and they deployed the Federated Edge Hub in 2023 after testing use cases and edge federation mechanisms. And all of the tests was done with a Telefónica, by the way. But we are going to focus on Europe and the initiative based on public policy actions, but very concrete ones, with some goals in edge computing, like reaching 10,000 edge nodes, and 75% of SMEs are using cloud data and artificial intelligence in 2030. Very ambitious goals, and the European Commission is offering public initiatives like the Edge Observatory and the Digital Decade, and the Edge Observatory, and launching some bodies as Gaia X and the European Alliance for Industrial Data, Edge and Cloud. And not only this, also developing very concrete project like the IPCEI CIS for the development of next generation cloud infrastructure and services, with 12 member states, more than 100 partners, and some European operators like Telefónica, Deutsche Telekom, and Telecom Italia. And this solution that we are proposing in Europe and implementing in Spain has some goals. First of all, to be open and interoperable and federated and multi-provider. This network is going to be interconnected with a lot of companies. We have 100 partners, as I mentioned before, and with mobility embedded, it is an edge computing that for the first time is adjusted to edge applications that are executed on smartphones. and people moving, people on the move, cycling, lorries, vehicles, etc. And then integrated with network, so it's a deployment of the edge in infrastructures with that can be adapted on the network. And in our project, it delivers all the operations that we have for this network deployment to contribute to this continuum of edge and cloud. Benefits: it is a sovereign network using the country services, open for partners and customers, interoperable across borders, and with roaming services with other countries in Europe and all over the world in the future. And with an innovative ecosystem, doing different deployments and developments all across Europe, and also the built-in security requirements and sustainability requirements. And just 1 second to share the innovations of this project. This blue part, the operator platform, and the telco edge. These are the 2 software parts that are going to be delivered. So this offers 3 fundamental characteristics. First of all, it has a very simple interface and APIs that will be published, and then federation mechanism to connect with other clouds, and then an orchestration capabilities that will allow our customers to deploy applications in different types of clouds. And now I will like to give the floor to Fidel Fernandez, responsible of technologies and transformation in Telefónica Spain and the leader of the project in Spain. Well, thank you very much, Juan Carlos. Thank you very much for being here. I'm going to explain to you this initiative and how we apply it from Telefónica Spain as an accelerator of our transformation. And basically, to us, this is the next digital revolution, and we've been evolving in the past towards cloud paradigms, and the next step now in front of us is the edge computing, because we believe that with edge computing we can combine 2 elements, very strong elements, that are very powerful. In Telefónica Spain and in Europe and in all over the world, we are deploying last generation networks, fiber networks, mobile networks. Now we have 5G, and we all talk about 5G, and linking together these power of the networks with the computing and storage and this cloud ecosystem that will be located in the border at very low latencies, makes us get into this new digital revolution, infrastructure-wise and services-wise. As a telco in such a momentum, and in our 100th anniversary, we have the key assets to do that. We have our centrals, our central offices that have evolved, and now with edge computing there will be many data centers that are going to benefit from the capillarity of the network, and in the end there are going to be many data centers that are created from the network, these central stations network. And we have some goals, and this evolution brings us to more efficient infrastructure, secure, sustainable and innovative. Also network optimization. Apart from these low latencies that I mentioned, we are going to optimize traffic and data are going to be segmented and managed in the border, very close to the customer. And then, as Juan Carlos said, with this revolution with the Edge Cloud Continuum, and it is not a Spanish project, a Telefonica project, it is something we are launching with other telcos and all over the world. And we are going to facilitate this federation model so that it can be applied all over Europe and then further beyond. And as I was saying, clear advantages. We've talked about latency, we've talked about different services, and I mentioned sovereignty. It is another of the goals with this edge cloud architecture. The sovereignty of the data is going to be with the customer, because the data are going to be located where they are going to be processed and consumed, and then boosted with all the deployment of our network and 5G. And how are we doing it? Well, we're doing it in a very open way, in line with our open gateway strategy, and we are going to give APIs to develop services from Telefonica and the public sector, the private sector, and this community of developers in order to create this big platform, and we are all going to benefit from this. And then this would not make any sense if we didn't work with the application of these use cases. We are talking about applications in the public sector, in the businesses and consumers, and this is Daniel is going to give us more details about that, responsible marketing, cloud and sovereign tech. I am Daniel Rubaya, and I am the director of a cloud product and services in Telefonica Tech. Telefonica Tech is a company of Telefonica Group, and we offer services of all sorts: cybersecurity, productive workplace, artificial intelligence, big data. And in all these services, it is very important to talk about infrastructure. I will start with a remark. And the approach of my presentation is B2B, and to satisfy the demands of companies. And edge computing started after a need. In the 80s, in the 90s, we had the traditional IT, and with some advantages, that's for sure, because we can manage a great amount of data with a total control of the information and with low latency. There are some disadvantages too that I will not mention, because I'm going to focus on the cloud computing paradigm. The advantages in cloud are complementary, like elasticity, low barriers of entry, because you don't have to invest on capex, and then develop a focus, access to hundreds of services, shared resources usage, and resiliency and security. And these are some of the advantages of the cloud computing, and the cloud business is going to be more important than the traditional business this year. So it's like a bridge, the edge computing, and you have the advantages of the low latency and not having to invest, because it's very elastic. And then apart from that, there are some new generation networks, and edge computing allows us to harness these existing networks. And also, as for the devices, this allows us to have long-lasting devices, battery lasts longer, and they are less complicated. And all manufacturers talk about edge computing, and we all use edge computing for different things. And also with the taxonomy of the European Observatory of Edge, we've done this slide. And also what we are doing. We have cloud infrastructure, data centers in the country, and in Madrid we have big data centers and with latencies of 20 milliseconds, and we have more regional data centers. In Catalonia we have one, and they allow us to offer latencies of 10-20 milliseconds, and they're a little bit smaller. And then from here we move to the edge, medium edge, with the near edge, the project of the European Union that was mentioned before. We are going to harness the telecommunication central stations, and we are going to organize these mini data centers offering latency of less than 5 milliseconds and with less than 1 megabytes. Then we'll have the concept of a far edge that are going to be closer to the infrastructure, like for example the communication aerials or antennas, and then the on-prem that is going to be controlled remotely, and the operator is going to offer these to the customer. And then we have the micro edge, non-standard devices, or device edge. For you to see the wide range of names that we have, we are working on the near edge in Telefónica. And we see an opportunity to transform the cloud proposal with Edge, to transform it and talking about this hyper-connected cloud, sustainable cloud, distributed cloud, and sovereign cloud. These are the 4 main attributes of cloud in the future. And we offer a product that is called Telefónica Tech Cloud Platform that has the infrastructure of compute, GPUs, cloud storage, cloud backup, and security. And in a continuous way in the data center, in the regional data centers, and closer to the customer. So it is the same service and the customer consumes when they need and where they need. And it is a European project, as it was said, so this service wants to be interoperable and federated. So we are not starting from scratch. We've been working on that for many years on our own platform. So we have these foundations and we are going to build on these foundations. We are going to reach to further places and expand it and amplify the service. And then finally, I wanted to share some use cases and of edge infrastructure. We've done dozens of cases, some of them very interesting, like the remote video production. When we produce a basketball match, you need to bring the lorry, the post-production lorries. Edge allows us to be able not to use this infrastructure, using cameras that are connected to the mobile network, and with 5G the feed of these cameras gets to the edge node, and then the software is post-produced and then it's brought to the TV channel for the broadcasting. This is a good example of saving costs and offering a new service. And then we see a lot of potential in industry. One of the things we've done in industry processes are crucial, and one of the things that uses edge is in vehicle factories to create digital twins. We have assembled a replica of the factory, and all the information goes from the devices and the robots to this virtual environment. And apart from monitoring everything that's going on, you can test things, modify processes virtually. You see the result, the impact, and then you decide to implement it or not. And the last example is this computer vision and analytics. It is a real use case than in a port in Spain, using cameras to track the containers, and with deep learning we can track where the container is in the port, despite unfavorable weather conditions. And there are a lot of use cases, safety at work and production, optimization of production. But these are just a few examples. And we can open up a Q&A session if you want, in English or Spanish.
Yep, please. ¿En español?
Sí, hola, buenas tardes. Bueno.
Well, first of all, I wanted to congratulate you for this presentation, a very pedagogical one. And what is the schedule for this European project? When it's going to be a reality, this federated cloud, and that we can perceive it at European level? Fidel? Well, the project was divided, like all big projects, in different stages, and now we are approaching the first stage with an execution plan that is going to take us to mid-2026, and we are going to take more steps and we'll give you more deliverables.
Yeah.
This is Anurag Singh. Can I ask questions in English?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So what are the real use cases that Telefonica plan to implement for the edge cloud?
What do you mean, like the real use cases? Like these ones are real, they are done, and as I mentioned, we have many others. Many of them are connected to the industry world, industrial processes, but also we have things related, for example, with the control of traffic and security in the roads. But we have, I would say, dozens and dozens of use cases. There is not just one use case. The ones I mentioned here, I think, summarize the typical ones, right? Industry, computer vision. Around computer vision, for example, we have one use case that in an industry you can track, or in a construction building you can track if people are wearing the necessary equipment, safety equipment. So we have many types. We just don't have one.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so thanks a lot. Thank you, guys.
Hola.
Sorry.
Yeah. Solo una última pregunta. Bueno, muchas felicidades.
Well, one last question. Congratulations. As for coverage, the edge is going to be covered in national territory. There will be coverage in more rural or remote regions. Well, as I was saying, we have defined a project. We are in stage 1. And in the end, well, we have a lot of capillarity and we can reach everywhere. So we are selecting different locations and then little by little we will be expanding the coverage. The goal of this first stage that we call near edge stage is to try and have a latency coverage, and we want to reduce latency in 10 milliseconds end to end.
The developer experience on the edge. How does the ASV have access to the edge and can deploy application on the edge?
Yes. Yeah. Yes. In this case, this service will be one of the services in the portfolio of the Open Gateway Initiative and Camara. So I mean, these APIs will be accessible in the developer environments of the different communities. Okay, you will be able to have it in, probably, hopefully, in environments like the ones Unity is using for developing games, or the ones that the finance sector is using to develop, applications for finance. So the intention again is like in Open Gateway Initiative that the APIs are accessible in many channels and many different development environments. But it will be for sure a set of APIs that will be standardized in Camara and sold through the Open Gateway Initiative.
¿Algo? Joder, ¿cuántas preguntas?
Hi, so another question from me, a huge thank you. And also we from Deutsche Telekom are really, really proud to work with you on that together and to enable this European solution as well.
Yeah,
thank you.
So thank you. I must say that this is the result of an effort that has been collaborative for, I don't know, if 3 or 4 years, I don't know for how long.
Long time.
We are working together with Deutsche Telekom, Telecom Italia, Orange and other European operators with the support of the European Commission and many partners. No, we have here also our friend Sunai from XXR and I must say many others. So the community is huge, and one of the good things of this initiative is that is the result of a collaboration of the industry. Okay?
Muy bien.
So,
thank you. Thanks.
No more questions. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming and joining us into this panel, in which we are going to talk about a specific thing in a key topic. We are going to see how startups can engage with a telco project, the key telco project of this Mobile World Congress, that is Open Gateway. With me, I have the privilege to have joining today 4 entrepreneurs of 4 invested startups in Guaira. So let me introduce you to all of them. First of with me, we have Alex Marti, CEO and co-founder of Mitiga. Welcome. Then we have Vitor Sousa from DGB. Maria, let me say correctly, Bersikova, okay, from Matsuko. And finally, we have Alex Algar, CEO and co-founder of Haya. So a huge applause, come on.
All right.
Okay. So I think that we can break the ice, and I think it's good for the people to know what you do and what your companies are doing. So I'm going to ask you to do a 1 minute or 2 minute speech to explain what each of your companies are doing today and the problem that you are solving. So?
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Rene. And such a special year and 100 years anniversary for Telefonica. So my name is Alex. I'm from Mitiga. Mitiga is a climate tech that leverages physical-based modeling, high-performance computing, and artificial intelligence to calculate the risk associated to climate. We work with different types of stakeholders, supporting them their reporting against physical transition and on climate risk. We were born as a spin-off from the National Supercomputing Center in 2018. And we've been having companies since then, and more lately with the investment of Telefonica.
Okay, great.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Irene, and for everyone here to invite us. TGB is one company dedicated to integrating systems, probably the most challenger than you have in the next few years. You can imagine it, giving an example with Open Gateway, how grow this integration in the world and how this will be critical for all the business. TGB created a platform, then developer, running, and operation integrations in all your cycle, your life cycle. It's so important for the companies create something that can be manageable, governance, and be safe. That's the main idea of the GGB. We are simplify, accelerated, and scale the integrations. That's it. That's it we do.
Okay. Great.
So hi, so Matsuko are holographic calls, but you are not an avatar in the spatial computer, but you are real you. So we stream the 2D video stream into volumetric in real time, and we work with Telefonica for so many years on with their network APIs to really achieve the best hologram quality possible today.
Great. Hi, I'm Alex Algard. I'm CEO of Haya, and who, just by a show of hands, if you raise your hand, who receives nuisance or spam calls on a regular basis? Wow, that's a lot of you. And how many of you, if you receive an unknown call, someone who's not in your contacts, how often do you usually pick up, or do you usually let it go to voicemail? Who lets it go to voicemail usually, if it's an unknown caller? Still a majority of you. So those 2 problems is what Haya is solving. We keep the bad calls away, we block out nuisance and fraud calls, and we identify calls also, so you know that you can answer with confidence. And we're a Seattle-based company, also very proud to be part of the Guaira family.
Okay.
And Telefonica has been a great sponsor, and we actually just recently launched, or announced our launch, with O2 UK.
Okay, great. Thank you. So as you can see, we have 4 startups, super different solutions, cyber solution to avoid spam, holographic communications, an infrastructure platform as a service, and risk-based solution to anticipate disasters and climate risk. So I would love to link what you are doing with, I mentioned at the beginning, with the Open Gateway project. And for doing that, I prepared this. I think it's a summary of what is Open Gateway at the end. And to be very, very straight to the point, it's like open the network and amplifying the network to bring access to developers and business to generate new business models, new experiences. It's about opening the network. And for sure, this Open Gateway initiative is GSMA promoted. 41 telcos are participating. Today, it's 60% of the global network worldwide. And here you have the first, I decided to list for you to know which are the first commercial KPIs that are being launched during this Mobile World Congress. So, say that, I think it's nice if we focus the conversation, I will put again this one, if we focus the conversation with two sides. The first one is how your solutions can be part and can be used in this kind of API. So how you can incorporate these APIs as a way to promote your businesses. But for the other side, and I think it's quite interesting, also startups as a way to help us to reinvent and to think about new APIs. So I would love to begin with Alex, this Alex, because you are part of the Open Gateway Developer Hub that we have in Open Gateway. And I would love, Alex, that you can share with all of us, how do you think Open Gateway can help higher in your product development? And if you are today analyzing or delivering APIs to build something else on top of what you are doing in Haya.
Yeah, great. So we're very excited about standardized APIs. And the reason why is so much time is wasted on talking about how do we integrate into the carrier, how do we integrate into the network infrastructure. And that conversation, it just kind of squeezes out all the opportunity to talk about what is it actually we're trying to do, what's the consumer pain point we're trying to solve. And the whole innovation discussion kind of goes out the window when you spend 90% of the time talking about integration. Yeah. So the great thing about the Open Gateway initiative is that if we do some standardized APIs, we can talk to any carrier, and any other competitor of Haya can go talk to the carriers also about what it is that we actually do, and not spend all this wasted time talking about one-off integrations.
Okay. And there's a specific APIs that are you using today? Analyzing the incorporation in your product? Yeah,
we've started testing on certain APIs, and we've looked at some of the KYC-related APIs. Okay. We're also excited about the SIM swap API. I know that's got a lot of traction.
Yeah, okay.
We don't have them in production yet, but we're looking at them.
Okay. So I will continue with Maria, because Matsuko, we've been working together for a long time. Holographic communications, as you can imagine, is something that we envision for the near future. And you are already in advanced conversations with the Open Gateway team. So Maria, how do you think Matsuko and Open Gateway can help to enrich the personal or multi-personal communications?
So, the most crucial API we use is quality on demand, because we moved the holographic communication from capture studios into a simple mobile app. And the quality of the hologram is what people want to see, because it brings a lot of emotions during the call. And it was funny because we started working together with all leading European telcos, and for example, the French telco or the German telco or the UK telco could see Carlos from Telefonica as a hologram for the first time. And then we continued with Telefonica, and we really improved the hologram quality. So today you can see it also on the booth or in Apple Vision Pro, and it's really amazed how the quality improved in 1 year.
Okay, so in your case it's about quality improvement, and yes. One of the key elements to use as part of these standardized APIs?
So this is the first one, but we use many of the APIs, also the edge discovery, also how to select the server, and it's all about the technology. And when I talk about technology, it's also about people, so we really appreciate this work with Telefonica because we love the calls with the team of CTIO and the results of this collaboration.
So identification, quality. Let me jump to the other Alex, in the case of Mitiga, because Alex is a climate expert, and with your background, Alex, and with the main challenges that we are facing globally, how do you believe this Open Gateway initiative can help Mitiga? In the case of Mitiga, with Haya and with Matsuko, we've been working for a relatively long time, but in the case of Mitiga, we recently invested in your solution. How do you see this concept, and how do you envision the joining effort with Open Gateway?
Right, so maybe let me start by saying that models are as good as the data you drive them with, no? Yeah. So, and that is true for climate models, for financial models, for any sort of simulation that is using some sort of system behind, no? I'm not saying anything new, but it's also true that data is not uniform around the world, both from a geospatial point of view and from a temporal point of view. So in some places you have information that is more robust, but there is no information about certain assets, or maybe in a temporal scale it's not available. Okay. So for years we've been managing to use AI with applications like transfer learning or frugal learning to fill those data gaps. But having access to network data, like the one that it's available through Open Gateway, it's leveraging a set of information that it wasn't available before. So just to give you an example, which it takes to the second part of that answer, models are the representation of the truth, but they're not the truth. Therefore, there is always an uncertainty associated to the models. Yeah. So just to give you an example, we use about 5 billion data points every day to actually run our models. Okay. But with access to networks like that, imagine that you can get 10 billion data points, 50 billion data points. How much can you narrow that accuracy? So how much you can have that accuracy to be incremented and decrease uncertainty? And how much can you leverage information to go to places in the world where right now information is not available? Okay, so it's about helping to make accuracy and also access and accuracy. Access and accuracy. Okay. And if we move to DTV, in your case, you are an infrastructure platform. So, Victor, I know you have been working for more than 20 years in the field of information technology. And you've been working with different and several organizations to help them to transform internally. Exactly. So I would love to know, in your experience, how do you see the maturity of companies to begin to use these kind of APIs? Do you think there are enough companies prepared? Still, they need to continue transforming. So, how do you see this?
This is funny to think about that. And you can imagine, guys. Let's think the data flow, right? You are here. And let me give me with an example. My phone is a Telefónica in Brazil, and for example, I'd like to consume a film or a game, something like that. And my account, my numbers, my payments, everything that I use is Telefónica in Brazil. How I can put some order or some things here, and the data pass for all this flow and come together and deliver to me here, and need to pass for the Telefónica Spanish or other telcos, blah, 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 and everything needs to work. What's the main challenge about that? When you have this behind the scenes, we have so complicated environments. We have legacy systems, different protocols, different languages. Everything is different, and everything is different in each company. Even the companies most digital and the most modern and the other things are difficult to connect with the legacies because it's different. And this is never stop. All the time you create new things, new technologies, that. The biggest challenge is that. The big challenge is put everything to talk. The layer of the standardize is the first step. The first step for the companies know how you can use the service, how you can consume that service. That's the first step. But you have other steps behind this first layer. This is so difficult for the company. So answer your questions. We are at different levels in all the markets. We are the incumbents. They have good technology. But the most important company, this big company, they provide the best solution for the market. They are a big challenger to change their own technology, to put innovation in their technology, and that's a big challenge for everyone. Try to take this new world and connect, to create a bridge with the old world, where are your system work, your process work, and then everything finished. That's the big challenge for the world.
Well, today we can say that you are technological startups, but for sure there are a lot of businesses that has a lot of legacy, and transform this legacy is not easy. Mm-hmm. I have a question for all of you, and because I think it makes sense to share, in your opinion, being a technological companies, what are the main obstacles do you think you can face in API management? I mean, for using these APIs, what are the main challenges do you think companies, other startups can face to begin to work as you are doing today?
So I think that the productization of the APIs is one of them. Okay. Because we started to work with many prototypes, and we have to move fast. You know, we are startups, and especially for us. So this is the year of the spatial computer. In the US, we have the Apple Vision Pro. It's coming to Europe. So we need to move fast, and we need also that the APIs are available in the production. Okay. And also maybe we can achieve like great latency and bandwidth for smoothness communication, but also the security will be something that we have to work on. So I think that we have to move fast.
So standardization is a key in your case.
Yes.
Because at the end you need to work with different telco providers.
Yes.
So having standardized APIs is something that is going to help you to move faster.
Yes, of course, and also the unification of them, because we are not using only the quality on demand, but many others. And when our developers work with them, they have to be also fast. Yeah. So we would like to be them unified, so they can start exploring them as quick as possible.
Okay.
Well, if I can contribute with the discussion, I don't think it's the challengers technical. I don't think is a code challenger, is a software challenger. I don't think that. We have the solution, we have the technology to solve this problem. And APIs is one point that is important, but for me the most important thing is mentality. It's the entrepreneurship. How the entrepreneurship, how the company look the challengers and take for them and take this challenge and work. That's something they need to sit and work, right? It's not no more say to do. If you want to take this opportunity, the opportunity is huge, and you have something to share with the market. Sit and do. That's the point for me.
Okay. In your case, Alex?
In terms of challenges, well, so from Hire's perspective, our challenge is we sell to enterprises, and we provide branded calling service. So if you're the bank and you're calling your customers, we can help the bank be identified to the consumers when they call them. And sometimes we work with one carrier in the country and not the rest. And to the bank, it's completely meaningless that we only work with O2 but not with the other carriers, or whatever the case may be. They just want to provide a service that reaches all the customers. So I am very excited about the Open Gateway initiative to the extent that can maximize reach, because ultimately, that's really what we're in business for, is providing a service of value to the paying customer, and the paying customer is the enterprise. And then on the topic of challenges, I guess maybe not from Hire's perspective, but more from the Open Gateway initiative, I just encourage everyone here who's involved in it to focus on the what, and the what being what's the use case we're trying to solve. When you're looking at all these APIs that are listed on the wall here before, what is each API being used for? They're pretty simple, right? The SIM swap API, very simple. You pass the phone number in, and you know when you get a date back. The Hire API, very easy. I mean, a little bit more complex than that, but really it's like, what number is calling and who are they calling? And then we return a reputation score for our Protect service. That's it. And sometimes I think when we got involved in discussions, not with Telefonica, but with some other parties, like the Chimera and Open Gateway, everything sounds very complex, and people get involved in like the how are we going to do this, and processes and security and all this stuff. Always just start with like, what's the use case you're trying to solve, and what, and then we can figure out the how later. Yeah. I think that's really critical for success in this initiative.
Okay, thank you.
Well, not to repeat to my colleagues, I think they have basically covered the spots. I would say to anything that has the word open, it should have the word safety. Yeah. So that would be the other part probably to contribute, to make sure that these processes are safe and the data that is streamlined, it's actually kept safe.
Okay. It's interesting, and taking your point, Alex, identity field, and you are at the end. I mentioned that the Haya is a cyber solution because of the problem that you solve, but behind this there's is identity, it's identification, and the thing is that it's a huge opportunity around identity solutions. Do you want to share something around this? I mean, this is a huge opportunity not only for fraud, but I think to incorporate in other kind of solutions. For example, I'm thinking, sorry for that, because that was not a part of the questions that I was preparing, but thinking loud. In Matsuko, identification of these holographic calls can be also something that can be merged. And I see, it's only sharing my opinion, identity solutions, I think they are going to have a huge opportunity in the coming years.
Yep. I agree, and I think that's why you invested in us too. So.
Yeah. No, is there something interesting? You can imagine if you don't have passport control in the countries. You can imagine that. This is a big issue, right, for everyone. If you have exchange the identity, for example, with if a security database, and you can the countries can check your identity, this is amazing. You put your face and go. Yeah. It's like a dream, right?
We don't want to produce deep fake holograms. We want you to be the real you. So, and we want to have private communication also in spatial. So yeah, we agree. Yeah.
Okay. Alex, in your space, that is climate and risk, and taking into account that maybe it's something, even you've been working for a long time in this, but climate and everything around this kind of risk has a lot to be with these global objectives that we have as a community, as the whole world. How do you see this kind of solutions or the sector being engaged? Because at the end it's about using data, and you mentioned. But do you think this is gonna help to give more opportunities to the sector of climate risk to incorporate new solutions, to see more startups working or giving opportunities to other entrepreneurs to do something new, creating on top of something like Open Gateway?
For sure. I mean, I'm not sure if it's only something new, but where also you can get farther and faster, no? So I always put the example that if you have a wildfire, there's always going to be an insurer in California that is going to cover it. Well, now it's starting to change, not? Or you have a flood in Germany, but if you have a volcanic eruption in Vanuatu, there is no collateralization that, also because there is no information associated to that, no?
Okay.
So being able to leverage global networks of data that provide new sets of information that can help you understand pieces of the world where we don't have that data, it's critical. So systems that leverage this is quintessential for these kind of things.
Okay. So I would love to ask you, each of you, to answer these questions that I prepared. What do you think is the key to achieve faster the goals that we have in the Open Gateway project to help and to promote developers to use APIs? My question is about how you can help us as telco to promote, as a sector, to promote the use of this kind of APIs.
I think early success will beget more success. So to the extent that there's some early wins and we, together market those as successes, I think they'll just lead to even more momentum and so forth. And I think momentum is going to be really, really important as we get underway on this initiative.
Okay.
I'd say we have like a year or two to really, make sure this is successful, because otherwise people start losing interest. So, the next year is really, really critical.
Okay. And do you think it's a matter of time also? I mean, this is the beginning of a sector initiative, but I think it's key, and part of the reason why we decided to put all of you together is because we really believe that entrepreneurs and startups are part of the change. But the velocity in which the startups work are super fast, and sometimes to create this ecosystem takes time. Do you think there's a risk I show you that we have these APIs already commercial, but hopefully next year we're going to have a super long list here. Do you think it's about creating a bigger list, or it's about promoting the use of the ones that are commercially?
I mean, innovation comes with awareness at the beginning, no? So I think while we have a very technical panel here, if you want to standardize and kind of like make this, increment the reach of this, there is not a lot of socialization and awareness of these APIs and how to use them and how to make it easy for people to actually leverage them and create new applications on top of that. So I agree with you that while what's fast for us is not fast for you, So I think awareness is the first step.
Okay, so community and awareness in the community can be the answer of how we can promote the use.
Yeah. For me, is initiative. Initiative is everything, especially in the startup model. You need to prove your thesis. You need to try to do a good service for everyone. And so, but normally the velocity of something is in the middle. Not is the most faster. Normally is not the last the queue, right? Normally it's happens in the middle. Someone needs to equalize the environment. It try to create a balance to create some environment then you can prove and make money, right? And you want something, and you can scale. Scale for me is the most important word for this moment in now. You can imagine how can this you grow in the next years. How you can scale that? How can you put let's give you an example. If you have a good service, a wonderful service, in thousands of people, millions of people would like to use your service, you are ready to scale? That's the most important question in the world today. You need to prepare for scale.
Well, on top of that, business. I mean, this is because it helps you to generate business and to grow, and even more, to generate a differentiation in the market and with your competitors. So it's about community, it's about velocity and optionality also of the APIs we have, but it's also about helping you to generate more business.
Exactly.
And in your case, Maria?
So I have just 30 seconds, so I would just say like scalability. About in business, and we have the traction, it is growing now, so we also have to believe in the scalability of the APIs and the tech infrastructure.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. I don't know if you want to say anything more, Alex?
I'm excited about today as a startup, you have two platforms really to develop against, right? It's iOS or it's Android. And I think if the industry gets together, this could actually be a viable third platform for developers to create applications against. And that's really, really exciting because, Android and Apple are not always that easy to work with either. So it'd be great to have a viable third alternative. And I mean, actually, speaking of which, you can't say this, but I can say this in terms of, some of those companies not being easy to work with. Apple's not even here at MWC. So what does that say?
Yeah.
So we'd love to have a third platform to work with.
Okay. Thank you very much. Come on, a huge applause to all of our panelists. Thank you for sharing with all of us. And thank you for attending.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. We will start. Thank you for coming with us here at the Telefónica stand. I'm here, I'm Dario, General Manager at GPROM. I'm here with my colleague from UK, Sandeep, and today we will try to explain why we believe that the 5G and private networks are one of the main enablers of the digital transformation. Sandeep, the stage is yours. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you, Dario. So, hi, it's Sandeep Prathartha. I'm leading private networks at Virgin Media O2 Business, which is a part of the Telefonica Group in the UK and operating as a joint venture with Liberty Global. So let's get started and explain what private networks are. And we'll spend a little bit of time talking about private networks and some of the sectors that these can start to transform. We'll talk about how this then creates a digital transformation journey and what is really Industry 4.0. And then what we'd like to share, and Dario will share with you some really key use cases. So let's hear from some of our customers and some examples. And so we'll hear from SEATS as one example, and then we'll share a few others as well from the UK. So when you think about 5G private networks, I like to describe them as mini mobile networks. So you have the national networks that consumers, millions of them, and businesses connect to make voice calls, access data, and send messages. Private networks are small miniature versions of these, really focused on the data side, and they're a part of, and they sit on enterprise sites. So they're a part of the business network and solution, and they have three key characteristics. So firstly, it's dedicated. So it's dedicated just for your business. So it's that mini mobile network that's deployed and delivered on the customer's site, often within their network, just for that one customer. And so that means that the customer can have full visibility of what's happening in that network, who's using that network, what applications are using there as well. Second, it's secure. Being central and local on site, data is local, so that you have data residency, even with the option of cloud applications. So applications and data will be on site secure, so you have that extra peace of mind, especially in those business critical applications. And then finally, it's optimized. So with each of these industrial sites, there's a lot of effort and planning where it's tailored to ensure that there's the right coverage and capacity for these business applications to run effectively for you as well. So that's a little bit of private networks. And so private networks have the opportunity to transform a number of sectors, be it in manufacturing, and we'll share an example of that, to seaports and airports, to utilities. And for us, those have been some of the early adopter verticals that we've seen, despite the macroeconomic headwinds. And when you think about some of these verticals, there's a whole range of these sort of scenarios where they're going to be in very different environments. So you could have a healthcare and a hospital in an urban setting, indoor, providing connectivity to a ward, to an airport or a seaport, often in large, complex outdoor spaces as well. So these private networks serve and provide critical connectivity to a wide range of sectors. And I personally truly believe that these private networks can really change the way people will live and work and operate over the coming years to come. So when you think about private networks, it's really the underlying connectivity that then starts to drive a digital transformation. And when I think about those and talk to some of our customers, they drive and enable three key benefits. So the first of those is trying to drive and maintain profitability. So thinking about manufacturing, how can you reduce your operating processes and waste and make your manufacturing lines more efficient and make your services more profitable, and actually keeping control of your assets. So how can private networks and the solutions to those drive and improve your profitability? Second is around improving health and safety. And you've seen from some of those sectors that we shared, these are industrial environments. And this is where the health and safety of those workforce in those critical infrastructure type environments is paramount. So ensuring they're wearing the right PPE, avoiding deaths and risks in environments where people are going to have trips and falls. And so providing the complete control around that for organizations to give a peace of mind and really manage your risk. And then finally, it's all about making sure your business is more sustainable. So by reducing and making sure you're helping reduce your waste or reducing energy in your plant or operating site as well. And so we spent a little bit of time talking about technology, but it's really important to think about the outcomes. And so we like to think about this as a digital transformation journey. And when you think about the digital transformation journey, that's enabled by a private network, and the private network is really just the foundation. And the foundation then enables a number of solutions or use cases that sit on top. And these are what deliver the return on investment for that transformation and for that business as well. And so often the term's used use case stacking. So you'll have a number of use cases that you want to deploy that will drive that transformation. And what we'd like to share with you today is an example. So think about maybe in manufacturing, how would you start to deploy and drive a digital transformation? You'd probably start with connecting your workers. So providing that ultra reliable 5G connectivity to connect your workers. And this would mean having your remote access to your control rooms or access to your ERP systems or making decisions across all your sites. Then, of course, you want to connect all your assets. So you're going to have large, complex environments, lots of stock and items. How do you ensure you know where your assets are at the right time, in the right place, so you can send the people where they need to be? And then if you combine your connected assets and connected workers, you can support that with providing information, maybe to allow employees to work hands-free with augmented reality, overlaying critical information on your assets in real time. And then the journey onwards continues. So think about manufacturing when you're using data that you've gathered to drive predictive maintenance and monitoring your manufacturing line to the use of computer vision. And computer vision could help you improve your health and safety, or machine vision for product quality inspection. And so those are just some examples, but ultimately through that transformation journey, you want to get to automation. So how do you drive an automated industrial site? And that could be by helping transport and move things without the need for human intervention, whether that's through automated guided vehicles, through drones to help with inspection, and so on as well, and robotics. And so this is a bit of an idea of where the digital transformation journey starts, but I'd like to invite Dario back on stage to really share with you the role of Industry 4.0 and data and how that plays as well.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sandeep. We are speaking about digital transformation in the industrial 4.0. But first of all, as Sandeep explained us, we need to understand the main goal of the industry 4.0. Helping with the technology, the main goals are obviously produce more with more quality and less cost. Obviously with technology. Today I will try to share with you 3 important messages. But before that, it's very important to understand what we consider the real digital transformation. I have one question for all of you. The both pictures that I have here, do you consider that it's a real digital transformation? For yes or no, raise your hands for yes. 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 And now for no, raise your hand for no. Okay? It's a trick question because from my point of view, the right answer is maybe. Maybe why? Because for my point of view, the goal of that is the digital transformation needs to transform the business and the productive processes of the customers. For example, if we only sell equipment to the productive process, it's not a digital transformation. But if we install or integrate a complete value proposal in the line, the answer is yes, it's a real digital transformation. Now the question, we have the same picture than before and the complete line. What do you think about it? The option A, it's a digital transformation, or the option B? I think now the answer is really easy. It's B, but B why? Because we are giving to the customer the option to be more efficiency in his processes. Because first of all, we automate his processes, integrate the robots, for example. We connect the robots and create data and achieve the data and collect the data in the databases. For that, the operators or the managers in the line can monitor in real time or control process in real time. And we are transforming the process and the day of the operators. And from my point of view, this is a real transformation. And for sure, we need to speak about also cybersecurity. We collect data, we generate data, and we need to protect this data. For these reasons, when we merge all these concepts in the same idea and the same project, we consider that this is a real transformation. I think for understand this, the best way to do that is to explain a real use case at SEAT from Volkswagen Group. At SEAT Martorell, we connect with more than 1,300 PLCs in real time, generate more than 3.8 million registers every hour. And for example, also we have connected more than 150 machines from the assembly shop, from the filling liquid machines. And SEAT has the total traceability of the process of the liquid filling machines. Also, for example, we have more than 400 AGVs connected in the same platform, in the same database, with the same type of connectivity. And SEAT achieved to increase his OEE plus than 12% on the AGV's routes. And in total, with this concept, I will show you later, SEAT achieved downtime reductions more than 70% in total, in average. Take a look in more detail. I go back to the picture. Now we consider that this picture is a real digital transformation. Now the answer is yes. Why? Because in real time, SEAT can decide what can they do in a failure with AGVs, because they know in every moment where is every AGVs in the workshop. The workshop is so big, it's 300 meters long and 400 meters high. And they have a lot of different AGVs in the same place, and now with the bicycle, with the tablet, and the right IoT software platform, knows where is every AGV, what's happened, how is his battery, his failure, or what piece are in his storage. If we have a click on the tablet, the operator knows every KPI, every information from each AGVs, and that helps to understand what they can do in every moment. And with a simple solution like a bicycle, we reduce the times in order to avoid the downtimes in the line. And not only one road or one AGVs. In the same platform, they know all the AGVs from all the roads in all workshops in the factory. SEAT has more than 14 workshops, and in the same platform already connected, we have more than 400 AGVs. But what's happened if we want to merge the information from the AGVs to the stations, for example, or to the roboters? We know in every moment also what's happening in the installations, and for example, the AGVs provoke a failure, the installations will stop for sure. And SEAT also can achieve the right data for know how the different flows the cars move to a different workshops. Or what's happened if we want to know what's happening at a specific roboter. With the same tablet, with the same software, SEAT can click on roboter and knows, for example, which is the cycle time. And in that case, we know in every moment all the different roboters, PLCs, or different stations in the same workshop. Now I think that it's a real digital transformation, but what is the result for the customer? This is the result. SEAT has a control room that knows in every moment what's happened in all his processes. Maintenance, logistics, quality, planning, and for sure, production. And use these screens from a different IT systems in order to be more efficiency, produce more with more quality in order to reduce his costs. And what's happened, for example, you know that Volkswagen Group has a lot of different plants around the world. What's happened when we need to use the same platform and the same concept for another plant, for example, in South Africa or Germany or Mexico? With the tool and the right connectivity and the right infrastructure, we can give to the customer the same concept. This is an example from the same idea for the plan of Audi San Jose, Chiapa. It's very, very similar than Martorell. And what is the concept? The concept is, you saw in the screen, the production control tower, like an airport. With what? First of all, we generate the data in the process, we collect the data with the right connectivity, storage the information with the right infrastructure, analyze all the information with the software, the IoT software like MAS system or planning tool or Gamo. For what? For the managers or the operators take decisions in real time with the right data. And not only the operator or the manager, also with using the machine learning or artificial intelligence. And it's very important to know what is the center of, or the heart of all this concept, is the data, the pure data. For this reason, this is my first important topic for today. The data has become one of the main assets of the companies. With this example, with the car manufacturer. The car manufacturer like Seat not only produce cars, also produce information. And imagine, all the different car manufacturers, Seat, Renault, Peugeot, Daimler, has the same suppliers. For that, has the same machines in his processes. But what is the difference? The difference is how the end customers can use the data. For this reason, this is my second important message, is the company that best manage the data that comes from his process, his productive processes, will have the chance to be better than his competitors. This is so important. But now, come back to the same example with the same picture. Imagine, at Seat, for example, every minute, one car is produced. If we have a downtime of 10 minutes, Seat or Volkswagen Group lose 10 cars. Imagine the critical situation that needs to take a decision in 1 minute. We need the right information and in the right moment in the screens for take this decision. Imagine what's happened if we have a problem in the database, or we don't have the right connectivity, or the data that comes to the screens, to the platform, are wrong or are in a different order than the goal. We have a big problem because it's absolutely impossible to take the right decision with no information. It's impossible. It's a lucky decision. For this reason, this is my third important topic. The private networks like 5G are one of the main enablers of the digital transformation. Why? Because the private networks like 5G has the right specs, the technical specs for do that. First of all, you know, ultra high speed, low latency, more bandwidth, it's efficiency network, but the most important topic for me today is the 5G. It's the first network that helps to the customer to ensure and maximize the quality of the service. With 5G networks, we can ensure that the information that appears in the screens are connected in a properly way. For this reason, I believe that the private networks is one of the main enablers of the digital transformation. I think now my colleague Sandeep will give you more information about real use cases in UK, I think. Sandeep? Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I think that was really great to hear about the CIAT example and the role data really plays and the level of detail and analysis that's gone on by the team as well. So let's talk a little bit more about private networks across the Telefonica group, and in particular I'll touch upon the UK. But this is just a bit of a snapshot of some of the experience we've collectively gained with over 50 projects spanning a number of different industries, whether it's the mines in Latin America with Vale, or you heard from CIAT as well here locally in Spain. What I want to spend a little bit more time with you now is to share 2 examples from the UK as a part of a Virgin Media O2 business. So the first example, which is a great example to share, is the work we've been doing collectively with the South London and Maudsley NHS Foundational Trust, working together with Virgin Media O2 Business to deliver the first 5G connected hospital. And so they really needed ultra-reliable connectivity for a number of their wards. And before I explain a little bit more about what we delivered, the South London Maudsley Trust provides mental health services and care to the South London community, serving about a population of 1.3 million people. So they provide critical services to the most people in need, whether that's adults and children, and they want to ensure they have the right connectivity to support their needs. So 4 use cases and 4 solutions they adopted and drove that transformation that we've been talking about. So the first one, as I mentioned earlier, is the connected worker. So clinicians really needed better quality access to data, especially when they're going to see their patients. And so they used an application that's used in the NHS in the UK called e-observation. And they put that onto 5G connected tablets. And what we found over a course of a period was that they were actually inputting data more accurately and consistently because the 5G coverage was providing that reliability across all the wards and sites that they needed. So data about patient records was being inputted reliably, consistently, and that was ultimately the great experience. So patient outcome was improving with better quality data just from having a connected worker, a connected tablet. Then, of course, you have the Internet of Things, the connected assets. And so in this scenario, there's obviously medicine that has to be distributed, and a number of fridges across the site. So we use the Internet of Things, and we're monitoring fridges to monitor for bursts of oil temperature to ensure there's no wastage. And the fridges were being kept to the right temperature, and also ensuring across the wards that the assets were in the right places at the right time as well. So a great example of IoT and monitoring your key assets and items to reduce waste as well. And then third, it was all about how you connect those assets and workers. So we provided augmented reality remote support using an AR solution and provided that to the IT engineers to maintain and operate the network and the services around as well. So they could work hands-free and get expert support remotely using AR technology running over that 5G. And then the last example was how we could help maximize the public spaces around the wards. And this was using computer vision, so using existing CCTV cameras, monitoring the spaces, using computer vision to optimize footfall, foot flow, and positioning of key items and services as well. So that's 4 key examples of how you can try and transform any healthcare setting with a private network, and ultimately 4 really interesting use cases and solutions. So then let's move on to another example, and this is within manufacturing and the work we've been doing with British Sugar. And maybe if you've not come across British Sugar, let me explain a little bit more about them as well. So they're one of the leading sugar manufacturing organizations in the UK. They have 4 industrial large sites that process and store the sugar across a number of rural areas in the UK. And they effectively process about 8 million tons of sugar beets. And over their harvesting period, they then process that down to 1.2 million tons of sugar over a 24/7 operation across their sites. And being British Sugar, they're the leaders in their space and wanted to drive innovation and transform their organization. They set up a Factory of the Future program and initiative. And as part of that, their first step was to deliver ultra-reliable site-wide connectivity, both in their indoor sugar processing plants, but then outdoor storage facilities across all 4 sugar processing sites. And so we worked very closely with them to optimally deliver a private network, 4 private networks across those operational sites. And so that's now been running really well, and they can now start to connect their assets, connect their workers, and they can actually remotely control the sugar processing in their hands through being a connected worker with the device, with the reliable 5G connectivity as well. But this is really the beginning of the digital transformation journey, because then you can start to now automate their processing, use machine vision to monitor key items and products and inspection, and really manage the footfall and flow as well. And so what we thought would be really good is, if you want to see, and let's bring this to life, let me play a bit of a video and you can hear from our customer their experience as well.
It's busier than Heathrow Airport, this factory. Logistics is really important to us, and efficiency of making sure we move our products is critical. We needed the connectivity across the site to support that. We'd already had the partnership with Virgin Media O2 Business. Collectively, we came up with a solution to implement this mobile private network. We've definitely seen productivity gain. Has made a massive change to the way that our individuals work, and this sort of technology can make sure our processes are as efficient as possible.
Great. We want to just share a little bit of a short video. There's more content online as well, but that really gives you an idea that, the control room can be in the hands of those workers, as we alluded earlier, is, having that right data in that right time as well. But what we want to do is make this a collaborative session and really open the floor to ask some questions. I'm going to invite my colleague back up, and then let's open the floor and have a bit of a discussion, get your thoughts on the topic of private 5G, private networks, and how that's enabling digital transformation and Industry 4. So we'll take any questions. We're going to have some questions hopefully coming through online as well.
Feel free to make questions.
Right.
No questions.
There you go. We've got one in the audience. We'll wait for we're waiting for a mic to come through. They're just doing that. It's coming. Wait for the microphone so the audience online can see it as well. Thank you. There you go. You got two.
Thank you so much.
This is a lot of pressure. Sorry. From the.
Oh, we can't hear it yet. Let's get.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Now, yes.
Yeah, you showed that you deployed 50 mobile private networks. Can we get insights how many of them was 5G mobile private networks?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So there's definitely a mix. So even the example I shared earlier, the British Sugar example, we've actually started the journey on 4G. And I think it's really important to think about that, because it's really important not to start running away with just the technology, whether it's 5G non-standalone or standalone. And in this case, for British Sugar, they wanted to have a better connected worker. And in reality, to have a better connected worker, you could start your digital transformation journey on 4G and have that service and operational and working on 4G, especially with a richer device ecosystem, and then start to adopt 5G as well. So I'd definitely say it's a mix. Some of the large operational sites that we've delivered have been 4G. Others, like the South Maudsley Trust, will be 5G. I'd say so. It's a good mix.
Yeah, I think so.
Can we get a ratio, maybe?
We'll probably come back to you with a ratio and get a view on what that split is across the group for sure. Yeah, we can.
Just a follow-up question on the 4G mobile private networks. Can it be easily upgraded to 5G afterwards, or they would need to install a new devices that it supports 5G?
So your question was, how easy is it to upgrade or install, upgrade from 4G to 5G? So I think some elements are like the core and parts could be upgraded via software. Some elements of the radio, it would depend as well, depending on bands and spectrum. But there is an upgrade path you can work to, and as long as you're clear when you're collaborating with your customers what the investment is now and then what you might need to look to invest in the future, I think that's really key.
Thank you.
More questions? No questions in the room? I think, Sandeep, I have one question for you.
Great, right. You can come back in the center as well, so we're on the stream well.
You spoke about real use cases in the private networks, but who is the roadmap about this technology, Sandeep?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And today we've spent a lot of time talking about dedicated private networks. So if you remember at the beginning of the presentation, we talked about how these private networks are all residing on the site of that customer. And I truly believe there will be an evolution. So, you've heard about 5G standalone, which is the latest version of 5G, where your end-to-end network is truly 5G compared to 4G. And in the case in the UK, we launched 5G standalone just last week on our network. And so over a number of years in time, I think there'll be an evolution. solutions. So, today you have a private network on site which requires lots of planning, design, control, and investment to install. But over time, you could leverage your national network and then use the national network with those characteristics you shared about 5G to start to offer new versions of private networks, maybe a hybrid version where you'd have some of the components that are on-premise and host them in the cloud. And then ultimately, maybe for some use cases or some scenarios, maybe if you have national assets that you want to monitor or services you want to provide over multiple campuses, you could start to then offer a fully hosted private network, which would actually be a version of network slicing. So you could have a network slice to monitor your critical assets just in a similar way with similar characteristics to what you'd have on your private network. So there will be some trade-offs, but then there'll be some benefits as well, including cost.
Sounds so interesting. I think you and your team has a lot of work the next years.
Definitely, lots of work and investment to make as well.
Yeah.
There you go, we've got a question here.
Question?
Hi, Sandeep. Again, great presentation and good insights. I think my question is more around the maturity of the ecosystem of yourself and partners who's involved, if there were any, when it comes to such solutions you displayed today. And how do you see that evolving in your ecosystem when it comes to private 5G-based services or solutions?
Yeah, I think a really great question. I'll answer, and then I think you'll have some views as well. So yes. I think the partner ecosystem is really critical, right? And I don't think we touched upon that enough. We were talking about the solutions and services we provide as Telefonica and Virgin Media O2. But in reality, there is a partner ecosystem sitting behind. Firstly, a supply chain to deliver that private network. So we work with Nokia and other partners to deliver the British Sugar private network. We have partners that help design and implement some of the solutions on site as well. But then what's more important is the device ecosystem. So having the right devices that are 4G, 5G, or 5G standalone enabled. And I think to do that, along with some of those solutions, we talked about some really complicated solutions, and you're going to need, for those types of solutions, some system integrator partners as well. So I think having the right partnerships with SIs to help you with solutions will be really key over the coming years as well.
Sure. Thank you.
Sorry, did you want to go add anything to that as well with your experience on GPROM?
Yes. GPROM is an engineering company based on basically automation services and digital transformation services. Currently, we have more than 80 guys working with this type of technology, and we are acquired by Telefonica in 2021 at the end of the year. And our main goal is to give the right service to the customer in terms to be more efficiency. And for this reason, I think the strategy that we have jointly with Telefonica, it's so well because we can give them the right complete value proposition from the connectivity to the digital twin that the customers needs for increase the efficiency of his processes.
Great, I think so. I think it's amazing capability, and it's great asset for Telefonica. Great, we've got a question here as well.
We have one question.
Excellent.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Sandeep and Dario. I think your speech was super interesting. I appreciate it a lot. And I have one question for my colleague Dario. Dario, if you, I don't know, it might be difficult, but if you had to select one main challenge your clients always talk to you, what would it be? What is the main challenge you find in the industry nowadays?
It's a really, really good question. I think the answer is how they can train and achieve the right people, the right profile in his companies for use in the properly way this technology. I mean, I think all the companies has the same problem. The main problem is not to sell, increase the revenues, or do really good projects. I think the main problem that we have in the market is achieve the right people for do this type of projects, because the profile that we need is so different. It's now the operator that some years ago managed the machine. Now we need that this operator use this type of technologies, the digital technologies, and not all are prepared. For this reason, it's so important that the big managers, the CEOs of the company, has the properly reskilling plans for people in order to use properly this technology, because if the operator don't feel that the technology helps in his day, you can buy a lot of technology that it's not make any sense. For this reason, I think the main topic is achieve the right people for convert these projects in a success projects. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. You have a question? Go, Sergio.
A great presentation, guys. Just a very quick question. Which industry vertical do you think is going to get you the most revenue in the coming years, which is more active with you? Means I've seen manufacturing, healthcare, and automotive right now.
Okay, also is a really good question, Sandeep. Or from my point of view, it's only one opportunity, or I can tell you three. If I can tell you three, I think it's, first of all, automotive, infrastructures like airports, ports, railway, and so on. And three, I think it's food and beverage. Because we have a lot of different companies in food and bev with a lot of different sites, and we already need to connect the different sites in this sector. I think for this reason, I think it's one of the most important verticals.
Yeah, then it's a really great question. And as I said, there's so many verticals, and I think at the moment you're seeing quite what I'd call maybe a scattergun. So lots of different options, lots of different proof of concepts, early commercial deployments happening. No maybe clear winners yet as well, apart from some of the early adopter verticals I mentioned. I would say maybe this year, next year to start with, the seaports, the airports. So these are going to be large, complex sites, right, with runways that need connectivity, ports that are going to have lots of assets and people coming in. But obviously, you're only going to have so many of those in each of our countries. So that's going to get you going and really see some valuable and critical use cases. But then I think to make it more repeatable and scalable, the next wave will definitely need to be around manufacturing, and whether that's automotive or food processing like we heard, and other types of manufacturing services, making it much more repeatable, making those use cases adoptable and flexible so that you can scale really quickly is going to be key. So I think transport to start with, and some of those transport hubs and sectors, and then manufacturing to follow over time as well. Right. What's your view as well, as you're an expert in this topic as well?
I'm not an expert. No, definitely, you're right. The ports, airports, and bringing in the entire value chain, the ecosystem around with B2B2X kind of a model, and implement that for the customer. It's not just when you talk about the airports, it's not the end customer for you. And when you talk about the airports have the retail stores, they have the other tenants on the site, like, for example, the airline companies, they have the security companies. There's a big ecosystem. The same for the port. The ports have typically 300, 400 customers who are using their ports. So you're creating the chain using the 5G infrastructure and creating a value for your customer is something. And definitely when you said port, airport, definitely that's a great example. And food and beverages actually is another one. Definitely very exciting
I think
one.
So. I think it's a great example, and that point, if you heard, was I think really about multi-tenancy, right? So you'll have a private network in a public space or a space, and then multiple organizations that want to leverage that network, whether it's a logistics company delivering food onto that plane, or the actual plane and manufacturer wanting to get critical insight, or the retailer as well. So how can you deliver a private network in an environment where there'll be multiple tenants, and some very interesting commercial models maybe as well, that multiple organizations could benefit as well from that transformation?
And I think that it's a good question, because also it's really well for explain that all the different verticals, from my point of view, has the same problem. Needs to be more efficiency. And all the different, like food and bev, automotive, metallurgic, or infrastructures, has the same problem. I mean, needs the data in order to be more efficiency. The process, it's different for sure. He produce different things, but the requirements and the needs, it's absolutely the same.
Right. Any final questions before we close? Otherwise, I'll ask one for Daria. I'll ask you one. So it's really great. I really enjoyed listening and hearing about that Seat example as well. And it'd be good to hear, it's a very complex and challenging project, and you've produced some amazing results. What do you think were the sort of key takeaways or key successes that enabled that outcome, in that project as well?
Okay, good question. I think it's similar than the question before.
Yeah.
Yes, I tell you two things. The first one is to achieve the right people.
Yeah.
Without, it's impossible to integrate this type of technologies. And also I think one important topic is that the company has the right strategy in terms of digital transformation. Yeah. Because when the company knows his goals, how we can use the technology, and the similar things, it's more easy for the providers or the partners to make real the digital transformation of the customers. For this reason, I think the key topic is has the right digital transformation plan director.
Great. So now I think that's key, and I think we're going to close now, but I think if you heard some of those key takeaways, and to end with that, I think it's key. Having organizations already adopting that digital transformation journey and really understanding what they need really makes it easier. In other cases, I think we're here to help them, right? We can help them drive that digital transformation. So hopefully for this session today, you've really got a feel of what the role private 5G and private networks plays, the types of industries it can serve, and then more importantly, the digital transformation journey and the role of data and the importance of that. And of course, you've hopefully got to see some examples and hear from the customers. So if you'd like to know more information about some of the work we're doing, you can always get in touch with either of us.
Sure.
We can share more of those examples and look forward to working with you all.
Thank you so much for joining us here at the Agora.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Muy buenas tardes a todos.
Well, good afternoon. In 40 minutes, when we finish this speech, you will understand how Telefonica can give a direct answer to your challenges. So we are here today to talk about this challenge, the logistics of the future, the smart logistic connected and supported in a transversal way in artificial intelligence. And we have here Dani Guisado, CEO of Words Spain, Sergio Segers, Director of Product Computer Vision and Artificial Intelligence in Telefónica Empresas. I am Alejandro Alonso, expert in innovation. And here we are going to talk about the story of innovation. And we have divided it in 3 chapters, the 3 chapters you can see. So, chapter 1, how we see things in Telefonica, which is the innovation process in Telefonica. How important is innovation in Telefonica and focusing on our clients. Chapter 2, Dani is going to tell us how we have launched this project with Words Spain, a project that is already a reality, and we are here to show it. And this project was born from innovation. It is a commercial reality. We can sell it to all our customers, and Sergio is here to tell us that thanks to innovation, we have boosted the portfolio of products and services of Telefonica. And we are going to start with chapter 1, the impact of innovation on Telefonica and the relevance of Telefonica. So, how do we see it in Telefonica? We can share a vision, problem, solution, action. And we are not going to call problems problems. We are going to say challenges. So we are a team of 11 people, and you might say, and how do you get projects? And well, they come basically from 2 sources. The first source is that we talk every week with a lot of customers. We exchange different perspectives, and we open up different meetings with our customer, and sometimes we have a proposal. So now you're telling me this, and how can we solve these challenges that I have? And we open up a discussion, and then this is the first way. And another one would be through our sales team. Telefonica has a big sales team accompanying the customer in their everyday life, and sometimes we need some sort of innovation. So how can we do it? Well, we talked with the customer, and we have this new innovation project, and then Dani is going to share the challenges. And then the square at the top. And we in innovation are a group of 12 people, always looking further beyond technology. We have a vision of the future, and we know exactly what's to come and what we can do. So we see a vision specialized in different technologies, and optic fiber, satellite, aerials, healthcare, industry, robotics, and so on and so forth. And we have a good knowledge and very relevant as well, in line with the strategy and the proposal of our company, and so that everything has a meaning and a sense. So we have these challenges and these solutions, and these are the last technologies, and we can do a proposal to the customer in order to cover these different challenges with the last technologies in the market. And well, this is all theory. We have some challenges with technology, and then we can offer this proposal. And the most relevant thing is point 3, actions. So it's not only theory or just a proposal. It has to be a reality, and we test that this works, and then we develop this business of Telefonica, giving an answer to our customers. And this is the theory. and we wanted you to understand it. And we are going to talk specifically about the project we did with Worth Spain. And point 1, Danny, Worth Spain explains the 5 challenges. So we are very happy to have this project with you, and we would like to understand it better. And then we go to the logistic hub, and we understand their processes, we understand the challenges as well. And then we talk about these challenges. We from Innovation believe that we can give an answer to this, deploying a network, and this network has an artificial intelligence that will allow the network to see the future so that we can act in present. And then the network is giving a quality towards Spain. And then we deploy this network, and then we say, okay, in order to cover these challenges, we see that it is key to use the last algorithms of artificial intelligence, and then we are going to deploy the last models as well, specifically developed for logistics. This is point 1. So understanding the challenges and making a proposal to see how we can move on. And we move to the next one. From theory to practice. We open up a project for Worth Spain with an ecosystem of partners that is key for this project. And we have Nokia to develop this network with artificial intelligence. And we have Teradata to develop this holistic solution of the different case studies to make decisions based on data. And we develop the different models as specific, and we incorporate them into the platform. And then the ethic media to deploy these solutions, and the last algorithms of artificial intelligence are specific for logistics. We deploy the project, it works really well, it is a reality, and it is working very well. So since the beginning, and we talk to Sergio, and in order to have a feedback and say, okay, we are doing this, and we could enrichen it this way. So this continuous loop makes the innovation project to have a direct impact on Worth and in Telefonica business, and this is what we are looking for. And this is precisely point 3. And since we are doing all these very beautiful projects, and we are very happy to have them here, we say, okay, we could communicate it and make the most of it. And then this is precisely the last point. And in this sense, we have issued a newsletter, and we have a video that details all this. You will be able to see it. And then we are also sharing today with all of you. And without further ado, I would like to tell you all that if you have these challenges and you say, I like what I'm doing, maybe Telefonica can give you a direct answer to this challenge that we do have. You can share it with us, and you have our names, and this is really useful. Chapter 2. Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you for being here. And I wanted to thank Telefonica for having invited us in this wonderful environment, and in this celebrating this 100 years. So congratulations. And first of all, who is Words? What we do? Because this context is really interesting to know how this collaboration started. And we don't do flying cars or transparent screens or folding telephones, and we are not going to dominate the world. So we do the commercialization of a material, and we offer that to professionals, and it means that we offer these different tools, chemical products, and anything that can be used to cut, polish, or whatever, to different users in the automotive sector and in the building sector as well. So just to give you some ideas as well, Words Group, we are 87,000 workers. We are present in different countries, and here you can see our figures. If we talk about Words Spain, maybe the most important thing would be our network, a very powerful one, with 2,000 sellers giving support to different shops all over the world. And we have two main offices. The one at the top, very close to Barcelona, it will be the headquarters, so to say, and then the other one is in González, in Logroño, in La Rioja, and it is the distribution center. And from there, we try to give our services and our orders in 24 hours. And why a company like ours is doing this collaboration, doing this innovation and launching challenges to Telefonica? Well, because we are fully convinced that we need digitalization and automatization. We need to optimize our processes, not only to keep on growing, but also to survive. And this is Professor Words, the founder and owner of the Words Group, and we need to develop automatization to the maximum, and otherwise we will not be able to survive. Talking specifically about logistics, and actually the strategic plan of the Words Group, the main point is that we want 75% of our logistic processes automatic for the year 2030. And then we wanted to launch these challenges to Telefonica. And Telefonica said, of course, we are going to accept the challenge. And they said, okay, all these challenges can be faced using very new technology. We are going to deploy a network with artificial intelligence. We are going to deploy it everywhere. The perception is that we could use these cameras, and then we could solve everything. And then we can send this video feed in real time, and also with processing of these images. And I'm going to share these different challenges. The first one is to detect when a box gets stuck, gets blocked, and when this happens, the production stops, and then it is difficult to offer this service that I was offering. And it is a commitment that we want with our customers. So we wanted something that could detect this, and that could give us a warning And when we detect this blocking, then we launch an SMS to the operator that can act, and then we can unblock it, and then we can see why this happened, because it might be because something didn't work, or the boxes are not being well folded. So many things can happen. The second use case is an audit of the boxes, and there is a claim, and then we don't know if there is a problem in the preparation or if it's a problem of the transport system, of the last mile. So it's not only having the video with all the boxes going through. The challenge here is to know each boxes and in which order, and also with a certified video as well if needed. And the last one is to try and solve some of the mistakes. And we have this palette of orders in a lorry that where it shouldn't be. So we can upload it in another route, and the cost in order to recover this material and offering it to the customer. And with artificial intelligence, we can detect this, the route, and so on. So it can be a total of the boxes in the premises. And we wanted to measure as well the occupation of the part of the plant where we organize the orders. So when there is a saturation at certain points, when it is underused, overused, and it's where we keep all our shipping, so to say. And when it is saturated, then the production is not as fast as it should be, and we cannot deliver the way we should be delivering. So we can monitor, we can adjust processes, we can delay it, always to keep this part of the plant in an optimal occupation rate. And then the last one is because we want data, and we want panels, and we want to make decisions taking into account data, and I want to know at what time there are more boxes, and in which different shifts. So this platform is ready with this data log in which we know all the information, and then we can mine this data and take decisions accordingly. These are the 5 challenges that we offered to Telefónica. And now the video that was launched with the newsletter, and that summarizes what I just said.
Si me preguntas cómo vería el futuro de nuestro...
So, there's a translation answer.
Worth, líder.
You can see the translation at the bottom.
Se ha apoyado en las últimas tecnologías de Telefónica para avanzar hacia el concepto de Industria 4.0. Telefónica ha desarrollado una propuesta a la medida de Worth, basada en la fusión del 5G y la inteligencia artificial.
En WURS hemos desplegado una red 5G de última generación, ya que incorpora inteligencia artificial de forma nativa. Sobre esta conectividad hemos integrado una solución de visión artificial que nos permite tener máximo control de los procesos logísticos gracias a la extracción de datos en tiempo real. Uniendo el 5G, Computer Vision y analítica de datos, lo que hacemos es dar respuesta a los 5 retos que nos plantea WURS.
La tecnología de Telefónica ha dado respuesta a nuestros 5 principales retos. La visión artificial detecta los atascos en la cadena de producción para avisar en tiempo real a los operarios. Esta solución nos permite auditar y chequear el contenido de una caja justo antes de enviársela a nuestros clientes. Desde este momento podemos garantizar que los más de 14.000 bultos que preparamos cada día se carguen en el camión adecuado, evitando cualquier error humano. La visión artificial nos permite detectar las sobreocupaciones que tenemos en el almacén para evitar cuellos de botella. El cuadro de mandos nos permite una visión holística de toda la solución aportada por Telefónica para extraer información que nos permita abordar mejoras en el futuro.
La red 5G desplegada en WURS aporta una conectividad excelente, gracias a la inteligencia artificial integrada en la propia red. Esta inteligencia artificial permite a la red adelantarse a futuros cambios, pudiendo tomar decisiones en el presente. Sobre esta red transmitimos flujos de vídeo de muy alta definición, para que nuestra plataforma de visión artificial los entienda, los procese y los convierta en datos.
Toda la información recibida es procesada por una plataforma de analítica que aúna todos esos datos, permitiendo la toma de decisiones más fiables.
Telefónica es un partner clave para la transformación digital de nuestros procesos logísticos. Gracias a este proyecto damos un paso relevante y diferencial hacia una logística inteligente y conectada.
La inteligencia artificial desplegada en WURS aprende día a día, optimizando todos los procesos. En Telefónica ayudamos a nuestros clientes a resolver problemas y a optimizar sus procesos, con el objetivo de que mantengan su liderazgo o emprendan el camino para alcanzarlo.
En Telefónica apostamos por la innovación para crecer de la mano de nuestros clientes.
Bueno, muchísimas.
Thank you very much, Daniel. When you explain the use cases, it's so clear. So thank you very much for explaining things in such a clear way. Now we're going to see how we have incorporated this in the computer vision value proposal, and also other examples in which we use artificial intelligence to use these processes in logistic environments. And as Daniel said, now we know how we have used artificial intelligence to detect these bottlenecks, and we have audited the orders that are sent to customers, and how we verify that all the packagings are loaded in the correct lorry, and then the supervision in real time of the occupation of the shipping areas. And these capabilities are very extrapolable to other companies that need logistics. And I don't want to be very original, but we have hacked these capabilities, and we have included it in the proposal for industrial and logistic environments. So it is not just a list of what we can do, it's just some examples that can be replicated. And apart from these, we can do many other things, and another factor is the replicability. And this proposal is focused on different environments, internal and external ones. So outside and inside. we can also offer to companies other capabilities, like, for example, the volumetric control, these arches that we install, and they measure the volume of the goods getting in and getting out. And we don't need to download or upload the packagings. This is an added value. And then with other environments, detecting defects, and so that products that does not fulfill the standards is issued, or the automatization of the production chain, and the classification that will allow us to automatize all the process, and in all environments, the risk prevention to detect if the workers are using all the safety equipment, as gloves and goggles and so on and so forth. So a number of cases that will make everything more efficient and safe. We can offer other use cases. We can detect the number plate and the port where it should be going, and then if there is another lorry parked, and also, as Daniel said, we can audit the goods that are sent to customers. We can audit the goods that we receive and check if something is damaged. And then we were talking about risk prevention inside. It can be applied outside for example, fires. It's more difficult to manage, but we can detect it. So these can be done with fixed cameras, and we can also do it with drones. We offering us different possibilities outside, the maintenance of solar panels, and the control of the inventory of the warehouses. Everything related to logistics. And then, if we take another step forward, we have a general purpose proposal. We are monitoring the visitors in a shop, in a store, and how they move. And well, many other users, an unbelievable number of possibilities. All these processes can be automatized, and we have companies that ask for this. And even to detect a type of mosquito, a specific type of mosquito, unbelievable things, as I was saying. Most of the things can be detected. And what's interesting here? Well, to have a return of the investment when automatizing this process. And this is why we have worked on the identification of these uses that can be standardized and replicated, and even in a cloud platform where we can share this information for different customers. And these tools to manage the video, analytics, the dashboards that allow us to exploit these KPIs, and in this safe environment, depending on the data of the customers. And why on cloud? Well, first reason is what I just said, the economic. These need to make an initial investment. The scale economies will allow us to reduce the maintenance cost, so it is easier to have a return on the investment and faster. And the deployment is very simple, and it's going to be faster, and also with scalability. And this allows us to be a whole platform, and for a customer it is easier to test things and just putting a couple of cameras to check that the process works properly, and then increment different inspection points. and the number of cameras. And then to have a service that is always updated, because we have the technical part. We are talking about computer vision and artificial intelligence, and you can see it in the fair. It is something that is offering innovations every day, so it is important that this solution is adapted to the last innovations, so that these algorithms offer the maximum they can offer. And the other would be the regulation, and it is going to be implemented, the regulatory framework, and when this is in force, it's going to be evolving all the regulations regarding artificial intelligence. So we cannot offer a stagnated solution. It has to be dynamic and it has to evolve. So in this model, this is easier to manage. And then if I change my mind, now I have deployed everything on cloud, well, there is an exit plan. The customer can recover their data and do an on-premise deployment. So no problem of being captive, so to say. And then finally, computer vision showed us that this is a reality, a tool that we have to optimize the customer's process. In some cases, we can even offer solutions that are in packages, and we've seen this project in which 5G network has fulfilled the expectations, and this is like a lever to exploit it in a more efficient way. So companies as words with the vision to exploit the technology with this business perspective in order to achieve this challenge of having 70% of automatization in 2030 are already using this to have this growth rate. And as Alex said, this is our goal, to accompany patients, to eliminate the technological complexities and contributing with value with this perspective. So we are at your disposal, and thank you very much for your attention. Are there any questions? Well, thank you very much. Very interesting, the presentation, but I have a doubt, because you mentioned in the beginning that with this solution you can make forecasts, you can make predictions. You talked about computer vision, analytics, but you didn't mention these forecasts. This, how can you predict what's going to happen tomorrow? So if there is a predictive artificial intelligence is when deploying 5G network. So we deploy a private 5G network. In this network, we incorporate a new standardized functionality that is called network data analytics function. This functionality allows us to see how the network is going to behave from here to the future. So if you know that there are going to be different routes that are going to be saturated, that there might be some sort of mobility, the network predicts it and make decisions so that this will never happen, and so that the quality is excellent for woods of Spain. So artificial intelligence is in the network, in the connectivity, and not in the cases, in the use cases, although it could be. Well, thank you very much. Another question. You also said that when we have these sort of things, these boxes, and you check that it is well prepared, and also you know the customer, but the image, we can only see the box. So before the image, you know the box is going to appear, because there is not an identification in the box. I don't know if I'm making myself clear. Yes, it has an identification, it has a barcode, so you know the customer. And they are identified. So there are sensors, the cameras with the image, and then the reading of the barcode. So we can integrate the different types of data. Well, thank you very much, and congratulations. I really liked it. About this vision for 2030, 70% of automatization, and which is the biggest challenge to achieve it from your perspective? Well, 75% of the processes is that we don't want the person to move. Now they have to walk, and there is still some red tape in some areas, and I think that the first challenge would be that, to digitalize everything. And then we are transforming our logistics, and we want to eliminate all these people walking around the corridors, and that all the systems are automatic. This is the main challenge, to transform a warehouse without stopping the production. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much for your attention.